Hello, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope you're all doing well. I'm here to have a conversation with you about what's been going on, about what this all means, about all of it. I'm here to have a conversation with you. So, Google has been attacking VPNs and ad blockers for a long time. And as you know, if you use a VPN and you even try to use Google, what happens is nothing. You cannot load anything on Google, and if you try, it will simply sometimes disable it and load it anyway. Interesting. Now, what does this mean for gamers, streamers, things like that? YouTube has now finally done this across the board as of today. If you try to use the built-in VPN in Opera GX's browser, as you all know, what I clearly use. If you try to use this, as I always have, this is what will happen. You see on the left side of your screen a completely white box not displaying chat in a stream that is mine, as you can see. And that is what was happening as I had begun typing and spamming in my own chat that Google was causing problems for my stream and lying about the views. YouTube unsubscribed me from your channel, forced me to wait for the chat cooldown after I subscribed again. Thank you for letting me know that. And this is what I've been seeing a lot. Where Google is trying to convince everybody that I block everybody. Or troll everything. Or something like that. They are using what I've been doing in front of you as a reason behind the scenes to attack VPNs and lie to the officials. So forever I have been able to use, as you can see here, now we're gonna get a little, I'm gonna get a little arrow here. I swear I was subscribed. 3K Mama, by the way, this is 3K Mama 986 saying this. I swear I was subscribed and it took away my subscription to you. I believe it, I've seen this happen. So we're gonna get a little arrow here and we're gonna point to this little thing that says VPN right there. This gigantic arrow, so you can't possibly miss this, okay? If you see that right there, that is built into Opera GX's browser. Now you're probably wondering, what is this Opera GX? I've never heard of this. Opera GX is a gamer's browser that is awesome. You have games you can play that you can build right into it if you'd like to. You don't have to. It has all kinds of extensions that are very easy to acquire, install, and use. Many other browsers offer easy-to-use extensions, but this is easier. I really like the way it's set up. The UI is great. Can't speak enough good things about Opera GX. It is a phenomenal browser. Google has been attacking it. They have been relentlessly trying to figure out how on earth I have a VPN while I'm streaming, while I have this browser open. And again, the whole point is they're trying to cause a problem. Again, this chat down here by the arrow that you see earlier today, you know, down there by the arrow that you see earlier today, that chat was the result of me spamming in chat, my own chat, not somebody else's chat, my own. Something that I wanted my viewers to see as they were coming in the stream, because it's my chat. You know, and again, this was subscriber mode only already to prevent anybody else from spamming. But then Google started doing this. And then after they started doing this, and I was documenting what they were doing here, where they were breaking chat, this is a video. We're going to get to that. It's not a screenshot. That's a video. Trust me, we're going to get to this. And below me, you can see what they're doing to this stream. How it's kind of obviously being controlled. Now, I want to remind you that the point is that they could never do this because I had the VPN. It was tricking the system. They were trying to do it automatedly, and it wasn't working. So that's the whole point. Is I was tricking it with the VPN and stuff like that, but they want to lie about the views. They want to literally just lie. Again, this all started happening as I was documenting the fact that I was coming in the stream and recording evidence, as you can see. Right here. Okay. This is still this stream. Okay, I was documenting the fact that this one stream was showing on my side of things that they were not counting the concurrent view, as you could clearly see in here. And no matter what, when you come in my stream, it will literally say that. No matter what, it will. So like this number down here on this stream down here, where this VPN little thing is. And again, built into the browser, not something I'm doing extra. But they were lying. And they were locking it at 1 because, again, they were actually locking it at 0. It was saying 1 because there's a bot in here monitoring everything. Monitoring traffic, cycling people out. If they can't do it, bitrate. Bitrate. Yep, lag. Until they can figure out who's using a VPN and then attack their VPN. So, now you will no longer, again, you'll get white screens like you see on this stream down here if you try to use a VPN, built right into your browser. And remember, they can't do this. Again, you're allowed to use VPNs. This protects your privacy. So why in the hell, since forever, has YouTube and Google sat here and attacked me whenever I tried to do this? I tried to do this without a built-in VPN. I went third party, if you remember. I've used many VPNs. I remember specifically after streaming with Proton, hearing in the media that a crap load of people all of a sudden signed up and spammed accounts signed up for Proton. Because the point is, I'm sitting here calling out, fooling everything that Google and YouTube have been doing to attack me, and all these scammers have just been following it around and figuring out that I'm right. And nobody that actually cares about protecting themselves and again, good people aren't listening. The scammers are just following my channel list. This isn't good, guys. We need more of your support. 3K Mamba 986, I appreciate you. None of your viewers can chat because they're forcing to unsubscribe to your channel. Yes, I know. I know. And they're breaking chat like you see down here. This is literally the current administration, the current Donald Trump administration, literally attacking Google, using Google from behind the scenes, using their cult members that they have in place to start doing these things to take control. So this globalist agenda everybody's worried about, it's Donald Trump. It's MAGA. And again, it's nothing, again, legit, I think, that's organized. It's always going to be anarchy. It's always going to be people that somehow manage to organize in chaos to cause chaos. So again, when I'm sitting here constantly telling you all everything that Google is doing to harm you, and the only people listening are the scammers, what is going to happen? The bad guys are going to get really, really good at doing this and learning these things, and y'all are just going to sit here and not know how to protect yourselves, which is what I'm trying to help you do. So again, today, as of today, as far as I know, today, you can no longer use VPNs while streaming. And this has always been a thing. I remember, again, a while back, the streamers that caused problems for me. They were trying to get me to use a VPN. And I even told them, I said, I don't know, I think today, if you tried to use a VPN, that would just give Google and all those people everything that they would need to be able to route and trace you from somewhere else. Because that's all they're doing. Soon as you do that for them, they figure it out. So that's why, you know, again, X time, they're sitting here messing around with the bit rate and stuff like that. Literally, they are lying about views that people are giving me. They're lying about it. And the way they're doing it is, again, knowing exactly your data, just breaching you, just fudging your... And again, this has caused permanent problems for my stream software. We all know that my stream software never used to lag and have problems and stuff while streaming games and stuff. Like, we all know how absolutely smooth everything used to be. And the more the data got bogged down, the more they sat here and attacked things, the more it caused lag for the stream software and the more it broke it. And again, I'm continuing to remind everybody out there that is fixing more updates, doing more patches, finding things that are broken because of always connected internet. This is Google. This is the problem. You have other companies joining in. Microsoft doesn't help because they're just trash. Yeah, I mean, they literally store. They're trying to get. They sit there and they store all kinds of information on you, and then have always on stuff in the background that you have no idea is running now. And ever since you're on a Windows 11 system, Google can sit here and reach in and constantly breach you. This was always destined to happen. So again, they're just controlling the numbers. There's a ton of people in here, and they're lying about it. And the reason they're lying about it is because you can't use a VPN anymore. Because that's how I was getting those views to legitimately happen. People were legitimately in here viewing, and they were just sitting here removing all of it. And I've documented the streams that, again, after posting them, days after posting them, they're getting thousands of views, and they're just removing all these views that are getting posted. Days after. That's not supposed to happen, and you can even Google that. I've used Google's own Gemini to tell me, again, yeah, that massive quantities of views should not be coming off of streams days after they're posted. They shouldn't, again, across my entire channel, be halted on every stream. Just at a certain point, it halts the view progress. And then, if you talk about it, they throw a few more at it to make it seem like a lie, so that as people are watching it and tuning in, it seems like that, but then they just lock it at that number and maybe eventually start slowly removing those views too. I'm literally watching as Google sits here and takes the graph and puts a little removal of a view and then adds it back in. Like, it's just constant. I'm watching it as it happens. Again, all that we were doing here, all I was doing here was proving that they were lying about the amount of people watching the stream. And the whole point is you guys are sitting here coming in chat, trying to interact, use emojis, whatever. And so they're breaking that and lying about that now, too. I don't hear people talk about this at all. I get nothing in my recommendations. I watch most of your streams, and yet they never show on the front page. I know 3K Mamba 986. I'm aware of this. I appreciate you letting me know. This is something that I've been talking about happening too. Where, you know, I know for a fact that people are watching streams. I'm recording evidence of me watching them, other people watching them, and, you know, they're just saying it's at one viewer. So, again, I have multiple accounts of groups of people getting together and coming in the stream, looking at it, and all at the same time agreeing that there's only one viewer in there. And they're on separate devices. I have done this with multiple streamers, where the streamers that were continuing to sit here and help me confirm these things, you know, as soon as they would help me confirm these things, Google would then attack these people and go after these people and cause all these problems for these people. It's partially why a certain streamer you don't see, you know, again, he may show up once in a while, but we all know that somebody was helping me confirm that the same things were happening to them. You know, I already told you that the amount of times that they broke the stream, so when people were watching, they would bring up a stream has ended screen to trick you into thinking the stream ended. And sometimes this would actually abruptly end the stream. So basically, they were trying to trick people into thinking that, and it actually sometimes would break the system. And, you know, we went in on another streamer's chat, and the whole point was, as soon as I was in there talking about, you know, conveniently certain things dealing with stuff like this, it starts to happen. Where we're sitting there and having a conversation in that person's chat about how the both of us are dealing with these things, and the very second that it happened, you know, where I say this, there's lag, and it brings up a stream finished screen and tries to send me to a different stream. And, you know, of course I know what's happening there, and I go back and I come back in, and it's still there. So what's happening here is, again, just like down here, where in earlier today in this stream down here, you guys can see where the giant arrow is. The whole point is they have disabled VPNs for everybody. You cannot stream with a VPN anymore, and the purpose is to lock and lie about your views because you're not speaking good about Donald Trump. That's literally all that's happening. His administration is attacking free speech and sitting here and lying about the views that everybody gets that, you know, would be against him, all while boosting anybody or making anybody sort of remain the same so it's not suspicious that it does talk about him. And that's what you see. Yeah, like, just like all you guys are in here right now, yeah, there's only 14 views. How many times do we count that there's more likes than even counted views on the stream? And so what they started doing is they started lying about the likes, started breaking the likes and stuff like that. So again, all this is the FBI being manipulated. Again, they're just sitting here doing things. I very eloquently showed a real problem that was going on in this platform where they're looping streams, and then there's an ongoing case about an actual assassination on a political target, and they're looping these streams, and already looping streams is a problem. And then conveniently, right after this happens, we lose the ability to use a VPN while streaming. The very next thing that happens is I lose the ability. I have always been able to do this. And the very next thing, after pointing out how dangerous this is, that the public is, like, this is very clearly to, again, we saw people filming fucking laptop screens sitting there in the courtroom. And these jackasses are already posting this, looping this on YouTube. And meanwhile, on YouTube, the problem is these automated things of looped things. So the whole point is, as soon as I do it, they cause some lie or problem for my channel, where it's to make it look like looped streams and stuff like that doesn't get any views. You fell off. No, flat out, as soon as I started doing this, I got so fucking many views, so fucking many subscribers, so fucking many people want to watch my streams, and they can. And they're tuning in for that shit. Again, the looped streams where it's the same thing. Who the hell cares? Maybe they want to watch it. You know, like, but the point is, they're just sitting here lying about it and causing problems for people that have those streams. Andy says, oh, Snarpy Elite Army Gaming Officials, same problem for me, Sifu. Andy says, I got show all notifications enabled for your channel, but it still doesn't notify me every time you go live. Happens with a few other channels too. 3K Mamba 986 says, bro, I feel like if I talk about that guy, I'm gonna be shadow banned myself. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. And that's the point. That's what they're doing to any streamer that helps, that talks about it. They've noticed. There's no way they didn't notice. This is why this happened, I think, to Penguin Zero. Because now I think the trolls did their jobs, and I think that somebody has a breach somewhere. Remember that guy? I don't have to put anybody's information out there, but everybody knows this, right? Like, he got hacked, okay? Everybody knows that. Happened right on stream. Everybody knows it, okay? But there's a breach there, okay? Somebody's leaking information. Something happened. And my point is that never have I seen such a weird pattern across the platform, except until I say something. So maybe I got the attention of maybe that channel or somebody or something like that affiliates with that channel. And I actually suspected this, and I can't remember why, but I suspected this. So I said something about it on stream, to sort of get a reaction and stuff like that. And yeah, exactly what I thought. So as soon as like, now I didn't realize it was going to be with this. I just thought, maybe the person would get the same type of trolling in their chat that I get. But no lie, like, the next time I saw that channel post a stream, it was like the same scam that had been happening to me at the time, where, there's always a new scam. They change it so that that way it doesn't seem like it's a real scam. And so the whole point is, the scam that was happening at that time was they were taking all the views after the stream down to 0. Literally 0. And then just slowly just adding some views, just when, who the hell knows, And that very next stream after I said this, that channel, for the first time ever, and they get a ton of views, but for the first time ever, it literally said stream, like, finished like a minute ago or something like that. I just saw it posted, and it was a few hours long, and no lie, it said no views. No views. Yeah, like Moist Critical is gonna sit on YouTube and stream with 0 viewers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, like anybody's gonna believe that. So I talked about this, and I'm sure it got used, and I'm sure it got, people to think negative things, and there's been lots of trolling to cause problems for me, of course. So, recognize that. But let's go back to what happened here, okay? And again, I appreciate you guys letting me know about this, because your first-hand accounts, that helps. Obviously we're seeing that. And that's kind of the point, is as soon as I was typing about them lying about the views, and people were confirming it, there's no doubt. But as soon as I was documenting, basically, basically it's obvious to me that this is technology that either the FBI or the NSA has, because I am telling you, and I think the CIA gave it to him, because the point is, it's exactly what some of these whistleblowers have been talking about. Literally, it's the stuff where some of these view bots, it's not a real person. I've noticed a view bot where I'm doing a stream or something, and I do it for a test, and I shit you not, a view bot responds to something I say out loud in the room. I've documented evidence of this multiple times, like, just for a while. So they're literally spying on you. Maybe like mass quantities, and this is the VPN. The point is they're removing the VPN for the sake of turning your computer monitor has speakers in it. A lot of you has speakers in your computer monitors. You have desk speakers, not something that can be easily turned off. So for a long time for me, because I use a really, really good sound card, they weren't able to do this. As soon as I switched my setup to where now I have a smart TV, and that's why. And that's why I did this. It's all been that. All of it. They are spying on citizens and manipulating families that, again, are very clearly against Donald Trump, the orange man. There's evidence of the FBI doing this in the past to groups of people. But the whole point is, remember, the current administration does model things of the past. It models fascist behavior and those exact policies that used to exist around that time. So meanwhile, I'm sitting here watching infographics that very eloquently lays out for them, and I'm doing it on purpose to see if they respond. And trust me, they are. As soon as I watch an entire episode of infographics about how the FBI has a very clear history of manipulating everything about, the Black Panthers movement and Martin Luther King and, black rights in the United States, as soon as I sit here and I watch that, where the FBI did that, again, people are not seemingly, for the most part, we were getting past racism. The FBI manipulated society to be racist again. So this is just going to start another civil war all over again, just because of the FBI. And so the whole point is they're trying to do that so that he can be president a third time. The Insurrection Act, like all of it. It's literally to manipulate his way into office a third time. And he's doing it literally with me. I swear to God. I have no idea why. Aside from the fact that I am really smart with politics and technology. So he can go to one place and learn just everything simply sitting here spying on me. I mean, can I be honest with you guys? There's times where it's obvious they pull out of something. They're getting a little bit scared. Did anybody notice just now that my camera was got really smooth for the first time ever? Did anybody else just notice that? These are the patterns that I notice, where the closer I get to the scam, the more they pull out. Literally there is AI being run on the camera. This is what caused the camera. Remember, the whole point is that the extension, the USB extension cord, when I would use that, it would cause the camera to freeze. So why would suddenly you understand, because extending the cord incorrectly with an incorrect cable, more power, the AI is going to draw more power from your camera. Now suddenly it makes sense. So I had to get rid of the cable so that would never happen. But they've just been using AI. As soon as I flip that camera, I have a little cover. I can just do that. It's built into the camera. So as soon as I flip that, the AI just goes, bam, he's there. And my camera has a mic built into it too. Yep. Yeah, it looks more HD. Yeah, and so that's why it's all about refreshing. That's the point. If I sat here and did this the entire time, hold on. If I literally just sat here and did this the whole time, it would fix it. Hold on. It's just like the thing when I'm driving and it causes issues for the See, they didn't even know about keyframe intervals. They didn't know that until I said it. And then all of a sudden, they could sit here and start, freezing the stream and stuff. That's what they're doing. So let me, if I just did this. See? Fixes it. But only for a few seconds. Now it's back. My camera is super smooth. It always was. But they've always been doing this. And so the point is, it doesn't matter whether I talk. I have never talked about the camera not being. Remember, I have never once said this until now. Never once. I've never complained about it until now. And it's been going on for a while, hasn't it? Y'all noticed it. Y'all noticed it. It's been going on for a while. Andy says accurate voice transcription has advanced a lot with AI too. Yes, it has. Transcribed voice to text, then have AI analyzes content. There was definitely a time when a scammer came in the stream in my chat and said, read this statement. No, I knew what they were doing. So I did it. Because you guys know what I do. I waste their time. So, I mean, I've been paying attention. Without FBIs. Because you don't have to do that. But I've been paying attention. And there's no doubt that it was that. And again, they're manipulating. Clearly, they're using Gemini. Remember, guys, remember Gemini told me it's important to remember that Donald Trump is not the current president of the United States of America. Do you remember that? That's when you know. When I get something wrong, you can easily Google. That's a Trump narrative. As Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah quote would be, he's lying about easily Googleable facts. And that was a long while back. It's still happening. It's still his narrative. 3K Mamba 986. He changed all these monuments to his name. Monuments names to his name. He 3K Mamba 986. He's rewriting history literally. Sniper Elite Army Gaming official. Yes, I have. Oh, okay. 3K Mamba 986. Yeah, it looks more HD. Since you were talking about it being more HD, the quality has gone down, and the bit rate is lower. Yeah. So I mean, like, I can sit here and just do this. And then, again, right away, it'll be great. But then it'll just start happening again. So, this is Freaky. 3K Mama 96 says, Andy says, I think all AI is compromised to a certain degree. There's too much interest, at least all AI for the public. Yeah, so I mean, like, AI definitely, all while sitting here signing an executive order that looks like they're not restricting AI, they're restricting AI and then controlling it and manipulating it against you. See how below me active views are being removed? I just watched it go, it was at 29 just now, and now it's at 20. Like, again, you have to realize that they're sitting here just lying about things. Manipulation. And AI could do this. Like, essentially, for a hacker to sit here and do this so regularly, it would be an incredible amount of work. There'd just be they wouldn't want to, but an AI, yeah, it would just truck away at it like it was effortless. So you have to understand that, like, that's the scary thing is, Google is screwing around with people and being manipulated by the current administration. Illegally, obviously, because again, they're supposed to have restricted AI, and they're clearly using it for this. So some of these lies that you see on this video, where like my chat was like a big white box where I was typing in my own chat, that's what we see here in that video way down there, where the chat wasn't working and again being lied about, to be broken just simply to get people to not see it. So that was organically what I was seeing. I was organically seeing that as soon as I started typing in my chat, what they were doing. Just basically, things like, there's a scammer in here lying about views and stuff like that. As soon as I did that, and it's like, that's all I'm typing. And it's my chat, and I'm typing it over and over. The whole point is that they're literally breaking chat so that people can't see that I'm trying to tell you that they're lying about the views, to get you to look at it, to get your eyewitness first account. So this is why they're doing these things. And, it's just to make it look like a scam, to lie a bit more. And, again, as I was doing this, some of these error messages, they were, the whole point is it's exactly what I said, where like it's just tricking the system. Like it's a complete BS error message that says something to the effect of, your system is sending malicious send and receive signals, or something like that. Where again, the malicious send and receive signal is me spamming my own chat. Now again, that's my chat. That's me. I can do that. So again, why would the platform? Why would Google attack you, me, the user, for using a VPN and break my shit right as soon as I do that? So this again, this is a video. Now, I'm going to try... So as you can see here, chat was working. And then I start typing these things, as you can see down here. I start typing, every single viewer that watches is lied about. As soon as you start watching, your view is removed from 1 concurrent to 0 to lie about the view. And I was proving that it would always say 1 watching now. And that's a way of tricking the system. Like essentially that bot is always in there. So every time you come in, the trick is it's a lie. Like it's being manipulated to 0, but that's always there. That 1 that is right here. This right there. This one watching now, where that arrow is, that's what you need to be looking at. That 1 watching now, that is literally always there. That is the scam. That is the thing that has always told me there's a bot in there, somebody screwing around. That thing is always there, even though there's nobody actually in the stream. That's there. And I was actually confirming that on this stream too. But the point was, there were tons of people in the stream. What they were doing was they were hiding it from the stream, and then taking all that data and information. Because the point is, I'm using, if you're using VPN, ad blocker, and stuff like that, they are going to sit here, and any viewer that does it too, this is their attack. This is what they're doing. And I guarantee you a lot of you probably are. So what they're doing is they're sitting here literally stealing all of your data as you watch my stream, because again, they have a clear line from me to you as you type or whatever and stuff like that. And then meanwhile, all while seemingly breaking the VPN. That's the whole point. How are they able to break the chat for you and stuff? This is what you have to recognize. They're single-handedly trying to sit here and spy on and attack every last person. And again, it's all through the fact that they have been sitting here doing this through my smart TV. Remember, I told you guys that they have been spying on me through it's all been through that. It hasn't been anything but that. And I've confirmed the view bots responding. So that one bot from the red arrow you're seeing, yes, you guys get it. You're getting it now. The one bot from the red arrow, that's the monitoring device. That's the TV, essentially. The TV is the catalyst causing that, essentially. So as I would sit here and I would cough, or I would oh, trust me, the times that I would randomly just outburst or something like that to see if it would respond. Oh, trust me, especially them. So you have to understand that this is invasion of privacy. This is manipulation. This is how they got that kid to kill Charlie Kirk. Now, I'm not saying that he still didn't do it. I'm not going to go out and, do that. There's still intent. There's still things like that, okay? It's all considered, okay? But consider the fact that they push those buttons and they get those things to happen. They target these people that might be close to something like that. The reason they're targeting me is because they know I have come on stream and talked about a certain subject, depression, anxiety. You see that? You see what they're doing. You see how they're trying to troll. And again, as soon as it becomes very prevalent and that I am getting closer to this, that always gets more aggressive. This has gotten more aggressive. The VPN isn't even working anymore. This is what you have to rationalize. Let's go through these. And he says there's too much interest in swaying public opinion is what I meant to type. Okay. 3K Mama 986. There's a reason there is no political streams on YouTube while Twitch is different. It's not true. That's not true. My point is that you can sit here and you can go through the feed and just, it's all people wearing MAGA hats. And they get thousands of viewers. Their views aren't lied about like this. Or literally half the people that are supposedly, half the views are watching the stream right now. Half the counted views, basically half the counted views on the stream are watching the stream right now, and that makes sense somehow. We've been going almost an hour. We several likes. There's clearly a ton of people in here, and there's 32 views on the stream. Yeah, that makes sense. No, like you can go in your swipe feed, get your phone out, find the swipe feed, start scrolling. There's a ton of political streams, and the ones getting promoted are Donald fucking Trump. And the ones that are not And I already pointed out, remember, they were breaking the message, the internal message to them, to detrend streams. Remember, I kept telling you, there's a little thing they're doing. First, they were breaking the likes for just the streamer. Then, I started pointing this out. So, what they did was they put little features in there. Do you guys know how you have the volume up feature all of a sudden? When did that, why is that in there? They're doing this to your mic! There's a reason, that's the mic. Why would you need that? Volume boost? Why would you need that? They're doing this so that if you have a low mic, they're trying to listen. What are you listening to, my fucking fan? Unbelievable. How insane these people are. What do you think you're gonna hear? The one time, I swear to God this happened. I swear to God, the one time this happened, I'm like literally sitting there. I'm doing a stream, and I'm about ready to get back on stream. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening, nothing's happening, nothing's happening. You know, like it's sort of a quiet stream, it's chill. There's not really anybody in there. 0 viewers. Zero. None. Hasn't been anybody in the stream for a while. Mic's not on. I sit down and I just, for some reason, let one rip. It just happens. And I swear to God, the very second that it happens, that laugh emoji is fucking spamming like crazy, and there's nobody even in the stream. The hell? Now, as funny as that is, what the hell? So, do you understand why I'm sitting here on stream? I will literally sit here. The past few days, the reason they're attacking me, do you guys remember how I've been spamming FBIs and telling you guys to watch that? They are doing this because as I take breaks, I am forcing them to listen to FBI's full blast. As I take my breaks from the stream, I am literally putting that shit on loop. And they're trying to break the hell out of it. They are like freaking out. Yep. And I promise you, that is literally this. That is literally all this is. Because they are so triggered and keep showing how just triggered they are. That is that administration. Just as Midas Touch talks about Donald Trump's health, and they get attacked. Did you know that Michael Cohen is on there all the time? That's Trump's lawyer. I was telling you to listen to him years ago. I said if there's a single guy you need to listen to about that guy, it's the lawyer that spent all this time getting him off of everything. He's admitting to it. He's admitting to it. And he's saying he shouldn't have done it. And he's going on Midas Touch and he's talking about what's to be expected and what is to come. He's accepted those things. He's written a book about it. Go listen to him. Seriously. He's speaking truth. And they are in there trying to throw shade on that. I see it. Just like other people, and again, any channel, again, the whole point is the problem isn't trolling anymore. It's actually just Trump masquerading as trolls. Because trolling is looked at as, well, it's just trolling. It's probably some teenagers. That's the problem. So now Trump just goes and has his people masquerading as trolls. And I've tried to tell you. Yes, exactly. Why? 3K Mama 986, thank you for the question. Why would they want to know your location? Exactly. I am clearly logged in. I am using my own credentials. You can see me right fucking here. So why would you need to know my location? That's the point. The whole point is all these scammers all the time are constantly trying to do this and scam people. So, of course I'm going to try to use a VPN to protect myself. And then you take away the very thing that I'm using to protect myself, which, again, by the way, is what's happening here. Same with the guy in Pennsylvania in the election cycle. It won him the election. 3K Mamba 986 still saying they knew whoever came after DT would win easily if he was a success. Yeah, I meant left-wing political streams. Yeah, all right, so that makes sense now. But at the same time, you know, you just want to remember that, like, they are on there. And yeah, like what you're saying is with the left wing political streams and stuff like that, like they're on there, but then the other ones are on there too. There's all those in between. They're just being hidden from you. The only ones that you're allowed to see are Donald Trump streams, and again, all the other ones are being hidden from you. They're under attack, as they keep saying. It just again, when a certain person expertly puts Donald Trump in his place for literally publicly using the Charlie Kirk thing as you know, as a way for people to feel sorry for him, that's really messed up. And that's the whole point. You know, this comedian expertly put Trump in his place. And Trump, of course, tries to politically spin that, and tries to get him taken off the air, and that should have been the immediate eye opener that all of this is going on. So anyway, let's continue to talk about this. I'm gonna see if I can. There we go. Did you see that? Where did that happen? There we go. See that? There we go. See that little Google page there? There it is. Try again in 30 seconds. They're just breaking my chat. And the message was coming from Google. Wow. 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 So, let me see here. So again, I want to point out the number of times that you will see a 0. I'll put this big arrow up here. You will see a 0 for this number here, right here. And, you know, again, there's clearly, it says there's one watching. You know, like down here. It says one watching. And then up here, it says 0. And just so that we're clear, I am playing the video right now. It is currently playing. Nobody in that stream. It is currently playing. I wish that... See, I was moving the mouse a little bit, but I think there I just sort of stopped because it literally wasn't doing anything for like the longest time. There, I moved the mouse finally. Like literally, I am watching this. There's the mouse. There, see, there we go. I'm confirming with the mouse. There you go. There you go. 0, and then 1 watching. There you go. Like, literally, just for so long, there was nothing going on. That's the point. For so long, you have to realize it was literally sitting there that whole time. God. And, you know, so you can see that's the same title, same day and everything. I know the arrow is a little bit in the way. But yeah, there it is. There you go. Play that again. Oh, it finished, I think, here. Oh my god. Oh, I remember also. Okay, also, they again. You won't even be able to. You won't even be able to load YouTube. I was documenting that you can't even load the website anymore. Even YouTube.com while using the VPN. And that's what I was showing too. The whole page would just be a white page and just fail to fucking... That is disgusting. Because that's got nothing to do with me streaming. I don't want to fucking load up YouTube just any old place and not be able to use a VPN. That's messed up. And that's what was happening. Of course, I have to find that. But so here's, you can see somebody was coming in and they were trying to trick me. So you can see at some point there was actually somebody coming in the stream and that number was changing. But only as I was trying to, again, as soon as I would start that stream software and try to document, they clearly knew. And they were like coming in the stream as soon as I did that. And like, this is why I couldn't show you guys this, is because every time I would try to document this, they're literally sitting here monitoring and they know I'm going to do it. That's how crazy this always was. So my point was I had to really throw a wrench in this to get, you know, like that was the whole point. I had to really, really sit here and you know, cleverly just, you know, make them think I'm a complete idiot or something. But you know, here's me, I guess, scrolling around on this page. See what I mean? I am moving my mouse there, showing you. So that's how you know, like, again, I was watching for X amount of time and just nobody was coming in the stream. But they were. The point was I was in the stream, I was watching it, and it wasn't counting. That was the point. I was watching the stream and it wasn't counting. That's what I was showing you. And it would say that there was one watching, so that it would lie to the public, basically. So that's what you have to realize. The one watching is to lie to the public. So, oh, well, there's always one person in here and it's only me. Wow. So yeah, I'll let that play. That's gonna still play. Yeah, that's not possible. Yeah. Yep. So I mean, like, this is the point, and so wait, let me There it is. There it is. There it is. There you go. That is literally what happens when you try to use a VPN. And remember, I'm gonna point the arrow here so that there's no confusion. This VPN is built straight into my browser. This is what the arrow is pointing at. Okay? I am allowed to use this. I have every legal right to use this. You can't attack people for trying to hide their IP address. It is insane. And remember the stalker that was sitting here doxing my street address and personal private information for an entire year. And Google didn't do anything. YouTube didn't do anything. While getting reports. While admitting that they're aware of this. And again, never stating that they've done or going to do anything. Just that they're submitting it to legal endlessly. Gee, I wonder if this is the next step of that process. Gee, I wonder. What the hell? This is Google. This is they're breached, and I've tried to tell you this. It's the point. You have to understand, somebody at that company, like people at the company, they want this. They're doing this on purpose. Because again, everybody is using ad blockers, using VPNs, and they're not getting any ads and stuff like that to collect your data. That's it. Now, I mean, there's still plenty of people making money off of it and stuff, doing it their own way. But now YouTube, they're gonna start making a lot less money, so they're gonna do something about this. And so, you know, they're literally just attack. They make over $30 billion in a year in advertising revenue in 1 year. And they're sitting here and harassing, stalking, attacking, spying on people that would use VPNs and ad blockers for the sake of simply going to YouTube.com. Because that's what we're talking about here. That's YouTube.com. I wasn't trying to even just go straight to my channel. That is, this example that you see right here is YouTube.com. That is all it is. That's terror. That's disgusting. And then you see they're trying to throw shade on this. Why would you throw shade on? That's disgusting. You're fucking disgusting. You're literally trying to prevent people from masking their VPN. Oh, we want to know it's you. I know it's me. I can do that. Yet you want to spy on me and listen to everything that's going on from my smart TV. This is very serious. Very, very serious. This affects all of you. Every last one of you. Full manipulation, control. Obviously. This is literally, it's as basic as understanding that what I explained is going on with the you know, manipulating the person to assassinate somebody so that they don't have to hire somebody to do it. You know, they just frame somebody They target that person. They get them to do it. Now, I have a question. I saw somebody spamming in the chat on the court hearing something about like the very next day the FBI was on the scene trying to put new concrete and stuff like that and pave where it happened and whatnot. That's very serious. If that's really the case, they're intentionally disrupting a crime scene to where forensics can't come back and actually do something later. That's on purpose then. If that really is happening, like next day stuff, that's disgusting. They're selling cars and shit. I mean, this is stuff I talked about. Where, like, you know, clearly somebody found a very disgusting, manipulative way to blow up my mom's car. And then the police helped them do it. Like, they're just idiots. So all it takes is these idiots to keep doing what they do without question, as they always do. You know, like literally if a bunch of morons say, oh, well, Hyundais just have problems with fires, and that's their fucking police investigation, that is how you investigate that. Hyundais have problems with fires. You're literally a moron. I mean, I don't even need to tell you that. But if that's how you do that investigation, and you can pull up phone records and find the officer responding to me over the phone, my mom, that's how they conducted their aren't they known for fires? Aren't those things prone to fires? Then again, remember, they scrapped it. Got rid of that thing real fucking quick. Because again, that idiot, that moron, didn't understand. I tried to show up in time, but of course they weren't there. I tried to call 911. Oh, they don't do that. But meanwhile, I show up, everybody's gone. A car blew up in Walmart parking lot. And within a half an hour, no fire crew, no footage, no vehicle. Well, the vehicle's there, but trust me, they had it towed real fucking quick. And scrapped real fucking quick. And I have the pictures, and I posted them, and I became a real big target after this. And you can very clearly see, it doesn't take a rocket scientist or an expert to see that the battery terminals had melted. This was literally an accelerant. Somebody intentionally got this car to blow up. Interesting. And then went around the area blowing up several other cars to make it not look like, you know, too obvious. Interesting. That actually happened. That actually happened. And meanwhile, I'm sitting here driving around the area showing you how incompetent the local police are. So of course, that's why they're doing it. They have learned they can target me because the local policing around here are a bunch of fucking morons. And, quite frankly, to the point that they're all worried about me reporting them. Yeah, like, this is the whole point. I caught them. I caught the local police department. I could report them at any point. I literally have recorded footage of them leaving the bar in their own jurisdiction, people off duty, drunk off their ass, leaving the bar in their own trucks, illegally passing people, driving 90 miles an hour up the fucking road. I have recorded footage of this. They know it. And the whole point is they're getting off doing it, all disguising it as internal affairs investigations. Oh yeah, we'll just drive around endlessly lying about internal affairs investigations. What the hell? And again, this is how the Ephrata police conducted their investigation. Oh, aren't Hyundais just known for fires? Car was regularly inspected. So all it takes is knowing whatever vulnerability that garage that the person is going to has. All of that. That's all it takes. Like, it's that simple. How do you not think like, how do you not reverse engineer things like that? Are you stupid? All it takes is literally thinking in that mindset. Go watch Breaking Bad some more or something. That's how I fucking do it. Like, it's literally that basic. It is literally that basic. You need to keep them in check. That's scary. Yeah, I know it's fucking scary. The crazy, absolute fucking ridiculous bullshit thing of it is, again, all it takes, and the bullshit thing of it is, all it takes is for them to know those basic things. You know, if they would find out the vulnerabilities of this or that at whatever place you take this, or I mean, it's that simple. And then you have people doing entire videos online as tech tips. Like, they probably have no idea why I'm saying this and why it would be. Well, here it is. All this. Look, where you're sitting there and you're constantly making fun of and putting in videos entire setups where you show a picture of the person's setup. And it looks... Okay, again, for the people that clean their shit and it looks great, they're probably not going to have much of an issue. Not as much. For the people that don't, though, and especially the light that you put them in, and you make fun of it, it's going to cause a real fucking problem. Because now, the scammer uses the fact that you think they have a problem, just because they're a little messy or something like that. Now, all the scammer has to do is manipulate your thinking of that problem, and the fact that the problem exists, and the habits. All those habits are on camera in that picture right there for them to fucking deduce. They can sit there and literally look. Oh, is this person left-handed or right-handed? Oh, is this person likely to slouch when they're using their keyboard or not? You know, they can make them accidentally do things and make a mistake, leak information. They can cause these people, they can manipulate these people because, again, that habit is predictable. Those patterns are predictable. So again, I think it's okay if Google wasn't doing all this shit. If YouTube wasn't doing all this shit, obviously it wouldn't matter. Then you could just go on there and do that. But while all this shit's going on, while it's getting worse, while the current piece of trash administration is in office, you can't do things like this. The United States is not safe. We are not safe. Not. This is not a safe country. It's not great. It's descending into fascism, and if it does fully, our democracy's gone, our world power's gone, our military's gone. We will deplete to nothing. Very, very quickly. It won't happen. It won't take that long. Sniper Elite Army Gaming Official says, you are so right, Sifu. Well, I appreciate it. Unfortunately, it's not about being right. It's about, proving to the orange idiot that what he's doing is wrong. And it does hurt the country and does hurt people and will hurt everything and destroy everything in the long run. And that Putin uses that, manipulates that guy. And so does Xi Jinping and anybody else that he taught. He's literally making friends with all our enemies. Literally all of them. And it's as basic as knowing, oh, they just have to buy him something. Wow. Let me, all right, here's how it works. One second. I'm gonna give you a visual example. One second. Why do I think Google hasn't banned me yet? Because what would they ban me for? No, like I'm being attacked. Like, that's what I'm saying. Okay, I'm gonna give you a visual representation. Okay. So it starts with something like this. You maybe you first meet the guy, you shake his hand, and you, let's say like you like watches. Okay? So you shake his hand and again, he knows this already. And now I'm sure you'd use the excuse it's just to make a good impression, obviously. Great excuse. So he wears the best watch or whatever, whatever he thinks will impress you, okay? But, it's not just a watch. It's going to have a whole story. This is going to be a watch where he's going to wear it all the time. You're going to see it. He's going to show up with it. He's going to make you like it a lot. he might look at it while he's talking to you, and then like shine it back at you on purpose, kind of look down, think about something. It's all about body language. It's all about getting you to think about that watch. Now you like it. Now again, it has a story. And remember, the whole story, he's really gonna try to make you want this story, make it believable, and so like maybe he back in his old army days, back in his old service days, his commander, his platoon came under attack, and all his guys were just really hunkered down, and they didn't know that they were going to escape. There was a lot going on, but when some of the blasts hit, it created this little opening that they found, and so they burrowed and were able to escape. And he was able to get all of his men out in time to, before the airstrike came in and cleared out the rest of what was there. Because obviously that would have just taken them out. They had to get out of there. Any place that gets overwhelmed, they're just going to try to take care of that. So, they get out of there, and he communicates, he gets back, and he brings back all his men. He did that. And his commander says, you're something else. Not only am I going to give you this rank, and I'm going to promote you, but because you got all your soldiers back in time, I'm going to give you my watch that I have always had with me throughout my entire service. Because you clearly need to have the best watch. And you need to have the best luck when looking at your watch. So I want you to have this watch. And now here's what they're going to do. They're going to say, and now, Donald Trump, I'm going to give this watch to you because I trust you. I think of you like I think of that person in that platoon with those men that brought them all back in time. He saved them like you're going to do to America. And you're going to do it with this watch. Here you go. Wow! Thanks, Putin! Oh my God! You're such a nice man! I want to do everything to you. I'm going to cherish this. Oh, he really gave me this. Oh my God. I love this guy. Oh my God. I'm going to cherish it forever. His commander gave them this, and he did something heroic, and he earned it, and oh my God, his commander, who knows how many years he had it, and he gave it to me, and I'm going to use it for, again, I'm going to make America. I'm going to make it great. Again, I am not a KGB officer. I'm not a CIA guy. I'm not, I don't have this training. Yet I can sit here and just come up with a story on the spot that sounds sort of believable. Imagine what training does. Come on. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. That's how it works. They want to control you. They want to give you something and take it away. So again, what they're doing is they're creating a situation where they can just mind control and control people to do whatever content they want. They dictate versus what the person wants to do, or just cancel them if if they don't, and beyond that, obviously it would be full-on manipulation and leakage of information. So like basically the idea is that they know you're using a VPN because whatever, they already hacked your smart TV and you're talking out loud about how blah 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 blah. So now all they have to do is know that because you're talking out loud about it or whatever you're talking about it, and then so just get you to do that, and then they can just attack that because now they know it, having hacked your smart TV and having known that information because you said it or whatever you did. So the point is, it's all about like every little bit of information they. All right, so it looks like this. Looks like this. Okay. It looks like this. All right, we're gonna do this for you. A second. All right. All right. Age. So Donald Trump is 79. It starts with like it's literally it's as simple as this. His birthday. Here we go. Birth date. Birth dart. Birth dart. Birth date is June 14th. June 14th. We're going to put the year too, 1946. Okay. So there's that. Where did he go to school? Okay, so he went to college. He went to college at Wharton. Wharton School. Wharton School. We're just going to say Wharton School, Pennsylvania. And we're going to put below that, we're going to put from 1966 to 1968. Okay. So, now we're going to put his kids, children. And remember, this is just stuff, this is just Google. Alright, so, Barron Trump, age, now I'm gonna do it like this. I have to think like a scammer. So age, and then we're gonna sit here and we're gonna look that up. So Okay, he's 19. Age 19. Okay. Age 19. And believe it or not, his birth date is right on here. So, date of birth, March 20th, 06. So then I'm going to do this. I'm going to keep going here. Let's see. Ivanka. Let's see. So she's 44. And October 30th is her birthday, so we'll just do that. 1981. Okay, I'll just put 81. Save space. Okay, so then we move on. I'm just gonna move on to Don Jr. Donald Trump Jr. Age. '47. And he was born December 31st. Wow. Wow, New Year's Eve, huh? No wonder he has a problem with drinking. He's always partied like fucking crazy on New Year's. I mean, literally why he has a problem with drinking then. Like, it took me 5 seconds to figure that out knowing his birthday. Okay, so Donald Trump Jr. Let's see. Alright, Eric Trump. He's 41. Age 41. Forgot my colon. And date of birth. I didn't do date of birth for these, did I? Sort of skipped that. Let's do this properly. Okay, date of birth, Daub. Date of birth, January 6th? Oh my god. He really was born January 6th. Oh my god. He really was. That's his birthday. At 1984? Oh my god. Oh my god. No wonder people are going crazy with the conspiracies. No wonder. Oh my god. Oh boy. Okay. So now let's do... Hold on. Actually, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Obviously we can do his wife too. Spouse. Obviously Melania. And she's 55. And April 26th. I sort of started changing this to spelling it out, didn't I? April 26th. I originally didn't just because it was a little long, but I just sort of changed it. Oh well, 1970. Alright, so now we have all this. Alright. What you have to realize is this is what they do. Okay, so now let's take a look at this, okay? So just looking at this right here, okay? Just looking at this right here. This is how it works. This is literally how a scammer does this, okay? Now you have to literally realize that this is the problem, okay? And so let me talk about. All right, so what's happening is all this stuff is right on Google. So it's already bad. Like, they can already do it. That's the problem. And obviously that's Google. You know, I mean, clearly their security is just bad. You know, people in other countries shouldn't have access to this. The United States, fine. Other countries, no. They're using VPNs and masquerading. Which, again, you and I can't do. So, that's very strange, right? Yes. So anyway, the point is, all this information that you're looking at right here with this little red arrow here, right here, okay, all this stuff right here, this is what a scammer does. They have like a file. Now, this is very, very small. But all the information that's out there about you know, the current president, I mean, geez, the file would look massive. So every person that a scammer is, like, your information's getting breached, you have a file now on all these scammers' computers in India and in Indonesia and Russia and China and in frickin' all the countries in Africa doing it, and South America doing it, and again the Middle East. Like, it's just everywhere. There's countries everywhere with scammers doing this crap. Again, the point is that they shouldn't be able to have access and do this stuff, okay? But they are getting it, okay? And a lot of it looks like them being able to log in and pretending to be you in other countries and stuff like that, where they wouldn't have access. So you have to understand that everybody has a file, just like this little arrow right here. And the reason why having somebody's build and stuff like that sitting there, like their computer build, if they're a messy person or it reveals information, now I can take this file and I can go like this. Hold on. Do you understand? Do you understand? So, like, if I found something out where, like, the cup was sitting a certain way or something like that, it's just information. It just helps. So this file just gets bigger. Yeah, they got a picture there, too. They're going to have a picture on there, too. Like, they're going to have your driver's license. A lot of them are just going to have a picture of your driver's license. That's what you have to understand. They got your social security number. So let's add that to it. So now we've added social security number and driver's license information to it. Hold on. This is off the screen for some reason. Why is that doing that? What a piece of trash. So anyway, now we've added social security number and driver's license. So imagine, again, the point is that's probably legit. The point is this guy's a celebrity. Everybody's social security number has been leaked. Everybody. They probably have it. They probably do. That's probably the reality. The reality is the federal government's figured out that they probably have Donald Trump's social security number. And they didn't know, and they're freaking out. Like these guys, I was talking about this, maybe some other, and they are just freaking out. And you know, they think everybody has it or something like that. It's not, again, it's just, again, it's on the database of these companies. They're storing it. Google has it. It's just in the system. Yeah, you gotta wipe that. You gotta, again, refresh, web cache refreshes. Well, everything's it's gotta go. Because again, these files that these scammers are keeping, all they're doing is they're figuring out a little piece of data at a time. So the bigger the file, the bigger the amount of data, the worse it's going to get. You know, hence why when I sit on here and there's very obvious scams for me to leak information, you know, like that would cause me to have to show something, you know, where even YouTube sat here and broke this entire thing. You have to recognize YouTube changed the entire look of this specifically so that I would leak my stream key every single time that I want to show a literal this. Every time I want to show this and all the info, I must leak my stream key now because they moved all that information. Remember, we showed all they did was change this to a gigantic fucking preview that doesn't do anything for anybody. So with YouTube and Google, it has been non-stop with them trying to get me and everybody else to accidentally leak personal private information. I mean, flat out, these scammers and stuff like that are content creators, they will go around trolling, flat out trolling the concept of, you know, oh, leaking a stream key is terrible, or leaking, you know, like they will literally, they think, again, these idiots still will sit there with a stream up, just leaving it running, with like their Xbox or their PlayStation on, and their email address is just right at the fucking top of the screen. It's streaming for hours and hours and hours, and their email address is right on the screen. I mean, I have gone into chats and tried to communicate with a streamer. You need to get this off the screen. You need to take the stream down now. You need to realize you've just breached your own email address. And they like, I flat out, like, Google will sit here and attack me and cause so many problems for me, try to get my message not to show up. Yeah, they're trying to get me to look a certain way instead of, again, you recognizing what I'm trying to do. Like, literally, I'm trying to show you that Google's attacking you. Clearly, they're doing something to attack you. So just like when a certain channel suddenly has sponsors that aren't YouTube, and right when that channel would have sponsorships and start doing that sponsorship, their entire chat blows up with toxic, malicious bots. that nobody's ever seen before, where they're just spamming chat trying to be like, sell out, ads, I'm unsubscribing, and they're just saying dumb shit like this. That is literally Google. That is literally Google taking action, harassment action, illegal harassment action against channels that would sit here and monetize third party because you don't want to give money to their very money grubbing AdSense partner. Because we all know AdSense is literally the worst. And that's why. And I've seen it. We've all seen it. Just as everybody here is having problems just for trying to talk in my chat. They probably can't even see my chat anymore. They're probably sitting here trying to talk. They're probably sitting here. They probably can't even see the fucking chat anymore. Just like what was happening to me on that stream that you see down there earlier today, where flat out all I was doing was sitting here running a stream like I normally do. And remember, we pointed out the fact that Donald piece of fucking shit Trump can sit here and have looped streams about him and gets tons of views. But the moment that I do it, suddenly that gets no. The whole point is that plenty of people get more views than this guy. And he's just trying to get people. The whole point is that he doesn't have the numbers. He never did. So he's trying to manipulate numbers, to lie, to get people to think that he does. Why is he doing this? He can't run for president a third time. And again, I don't think anybody even actually believes his health is what it is for him to last a third term. No, I know what this is. This is Eric. This is Don Jr. This is, again, him trying to get his family to end up being president of the United States, to keep it in the family. Again, I think he's throwing people off with the J.D. Vance thing. I think he's just using that. I don't think he's actually gonna... I think literally he's just gonna try to do something. And again, it's all about this. It's all about manipulating numbers and establishing a coup. Keeping an... There it is. As soon as I said that this is all about establishing a coup, there it is. As soon as I said this is all about establishing a coup and spying on everybody that is aware of what the government is doing for Donald Trump to be president a third time. They're trying to spy on everybody that would be aware of this so that they can keep an eye on them for when he tries to be president a third time. That's all they're doing. Yeah, because I literally said there is a coup. And I've been warning about this. I've been saying this. All they're doing is illegally spying on and manipulating families, attacking them and shit like that. All for the sake of Donald jackass piece of fucking shit Trump trying to get Don Jr. or Eric Trump to become the next president. Again, literally this guy is trying to establish a coup to overthrow the government and have his family be the president. You know, essentially, nobody else is going to be the president. It stays in the family. And then, you know, when Eric Trump is older or Don Jr. is older, they give it to Barron, who is very young. And we all know is not savory at this point. Like, we all know there's some stuff going on. Like, we've talked about that, right? Like, isn't there stuff going on with that where he's part of this whole crypto thing? Yeah. We are all under attack. And it's again because I'm sitting here warning you that the FBI and the NSA are being manipulated and misused by Donald jackass piece of fucking shit Trump to literally make sure that, again, Eric Trump, Don Jr., or Barron Trump is eventually president. And the whole point is he's keeping this in the family. The whole point is for him to establish a coup to do this. And that's why they're doing this. Why else would they sit here and do this, you know? And the point is, as soon as I say this, it goes to zero, and that zero, that is a hack attempt. Literally, they have complete denial of service. That is the DDoS attack, where it's just complete denial of service. Right. So that's why, that's the point. I've been saying Donald Trump. And that's what you're supposed to recognize, is literally they are sitting here using AI, illegal means, using, you know, YouTube's system. Again, Gemini was taken offline just for them to lie about that. It wasn't taken offline. They are using it. It's the government's now. It's no longer Google's AI. They're just controlling it. Which is why when I was using AI and Gemini to talk about the current president, it was lying. Because they were also trying to do this with the other AI that I was doing. And that is, all of that is incredibly illegal. So, I want to remind everybody that we are being attacked and our views are being lied about. And it's literally as simple as the fact that, again, exactly like what I'm telling you here, these idiots, they got breached. They're being manipulated and used by other countries. Qatar gave Donald piece of fucking shit Trump a plane. And it's just sitting here doing God knows what. And he accepted this. And who knows what illegal listening devices or whatever is on that plane. Maybe even a bomb. And he just accepted this plane from Qatar. An enemy. They are literally our enemy. They're literally our enemy. Qatar is literally our enemy. And he accepted a plane. Now, Xi Jinping is making all these threats of war and very clearly amping up their military. And what does Donald Trump do? He gets scared and shows it and becomes friends with them instead of standing against them and saying, no, we're gonna smack you if you try that. All this guy had to do was have a better poised position until We got over whatever hump we needed to get over to conquer that. But no, he's too much of a retard. And the whole point is, he shows his hand. He probably let it slip that we wouldn't be able to combat whatever this tech is. He's that dumb. He's breached. They're listening. Again, all it takes is a smart TV. They can sit here and turn a smart TV into a listening device. How many times do you think Donald Trump is near a smart TV? Yep, and they're using this tech on you. On civilians. He removed the TVs from the White House. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that. So you have to understand that the FBI, Donald Trump's FBI, is incompetent. Just frankly stupid. And again, the more I talk about certain things, the more I sit here off stream listening to FBI's forcing them to hear it, and I get trolled and harassed, and there's some sort of response letting me know they can hear through the TV. It's very obvious. And that's what was happening here. What was happening here, in this stream here, earlier today, was me showing that they were sitting here trying to lie. As I was coming in the stream, as I was recording evidence of them not counting the view of me being in the stream, they were sitting here trying to lie and cover it up, but I caught them. There's a period of time where it was 0, 0, 0, and then they came in the stream and left really quick. The view came in and left, and they screwed up. Yep. And they screwed up. Yeah, well, the bit rate, again, is being manipulated as part of what causes your, that's just going to cause problems for the stream overall for anybody watching. So that's why they do that. Like, literally everybody watching, obviously sitting here manipulating the bit rate affects the integrity of the stream. That's the point of what they were doing the whole time I was driving around. And you're supposed to recognize that these jackasses are just lying to police. What they tell police is, we're watching this guy, or something like that. And so police just meddle. because that's what they're taught to do. If the FBI says that, well, that gives them sort of arguable probable cause for them to kind of meddle around if somebody, that a federal investigator is telling them somebody's, so that's what they're doing. They're literally just harassing people. All while, again, not having any reason and trying to tip off, obviously, gone old piece of shit jackass front voters that would be cops to, obviously think this or this about this person. And, they already don't like them because that person might be publicly against gone old piece of fucking shit jackass front. So now the cop just has everything that they want to try to go after the person, and it creates this tension. And that's exactly how they get somebody to do something that they shouldn't do. It's exactly how they have been manipulating people to harm other people. They are literally just lying. Oh, this person's this, or does this, or is like this. It starts with that. And they get the person to believe it. Exactly. If they don't care about a blown up car, I would worry what they might do to. Yes, exactly. My point is that the local police stations around here have actually shown, and I made the point that when somebody was, the whole point is I shared my information with you so that you would understand the very seriousness of what happened. There wasn't anything but that. The whole point is that somebody got arrested, and instead of the cop being professional, the cop proceeded to arrest this person. And remember, these weren't state police. My jurisdiction where I live, they would have had to have had the state police. The person got arrested here. So the whole point is, I know that jurisdiction. And they're not supposed to just... Again, there was like a shitload of them. And they were trying to be all in the house, and they didn't have a warrant. And again, the whole point is they arrested this person outside. They didn't need to come in. They used some excuse. And after arresting them, the whole point is that I realized that people can exaggerate things and stuff like that. But this is the sort of thing where it was said in passing and it wasn't like blown up about. I caught it. I said, wait a minute, what? Somebody said that? And it was very telling. So the whole point is, the very moment that they did this thing that they weren't supposed to do, where all of them were here, again, illegally, off jurisdiction, state police should be filing that warrant. So why are they here? And there's a shitload of them. Very strange. So basically they wanted to do this. They wanted that. And a shitload of them did. Then, after it happened, and this person was arrested, already in the car, just sitting there, minding their own business, the officer called back to the station to tell them, again, that they have, and again, they said they called this person a name, and the name was based on it was a derogatory name calling thing based on the charge that they were charging this person with. And they called them a name instead of their actual name. We have so-and-so, but again, they didn't say this person's name. They called them a name. They literally called them a name over a very official thing where I can sit here and I can listen to police scanners all day and I don't hear a single cop ever pick somebody up and call them a name. You know, for example, I don't know, let's say a cop said, we have Mr. Touchy-Feely here. We got Mr. Touch... Let's just say it was that. Let's just say it was. And again, they really, really wanted to do this. They really, and again, outside their jurisdiction. And again, they pick this person up. They don't call them by name. The very official thing, they're calling back their CB. I'm just saying it's on the shoulder because that's the usual, you know. And then they go, we got Mr. Touchy-Feely here. That's very jarring. It's very eye-opening. That tells me that that cop is very emotionally attached to this. So that he would actually call this person a name. Over an official airway, you know, this is an official statement. He officially wants this to be how he represents, saying that they arrested this person and brought them in. He wants everybody to hear him say Mr. Touchy-Feely, so that way he looks like a good guy. He wants everybody to see him in a good light. Sounds like to me that cop has a problem with touchy-feeliness. Like that cop did this to get somebody to not investigate them. That cop pointed, shined a light on somebody else on purpose. And then as soon, just like this scammer that's here every second of every day, hanging on to every word, as soon as he picks him up, as soon as he has him in the car, we have Mr. Touchy-Feely. Gee, I wonder what that could possibly mean. Emotionally compromised, entire investigation is fraud, lying. My mom is literally being targeted by people. Like, yeah, she might exaggerate things and be a fucking bitch, but that's no way she's gonna target somebody. And cause a problem for an entire family. And come in somebody's chat to try to publicly do this. Nobody likes your mom, and that's how this started. Then it was my brother coming in chat to join in with the bully that was doing it all. Because he's a retard. And gets fooled very easily. Just as my mom does, clearly. And then the retards at 911, they're retarded. They'd have no clue why. They're just stupid. Oh yeah, why would somebody call? Because I don't know, because the local police are literally a bunch of fucking scammers. A bunch of retards. Oh, maybe that. Maybe again, the entire investigation that was done, and all you have to do is literally listen to phone records, is again, oh, Hyundais, they're just prone to fires. No, this again is very telling. The whole point is the local police sat here and did this. They all went behind the state police's back without probable cause and were spying on somebody. These are the people doing this. The TV, the Google accounts, manipulation of thought. These are literally the most disgusting MAGA terrorists you could ever possibly imagine. They are literally manipulating everybody in the area. This area, anybody that has cybersecurity knowledge and stuff like that, they are using you and lying to you. All they're doing is listening to you through your TV and whatever shit. They're manipulating you. Yeah, they don't have probable cause. Again, what would give a local police station probable cause to sit here and tell and lie to somebody to, like, give them information, extort information, hack somebody regularly, just use a civilian to spy on other civilians? You can't do that. It's illegal. It's literally illegal. You cannot spy on civilians in the United States. It is flat out illegal. Can't do it. Physically can't do it. The only time, again, you have to be thinking that you have to have probable cause proof there's like transporting drugs, transporting people, transporting, like again, you have to prove this and you have to have probable cause to do it. Then you can do it. Then you can go through those channels. Until then, you're just fucking around. There is no, again, that's the pretenses of probable cause for the most part of spying on somebody, and you just can't do it. You can't do it. It is flat out illegal. A show called Homefront got this right, actually. If you watch a show called Homefront, very early on in the show, a CIA person follows a whim and starts investigating somebody, but again, they're not supposed to be doing this, and there's spying and listening to them in their house, and incredibly illegal. And I don't want to spoil the surprise, so maybe go watch it, but trust me, when the person that supervises this person finds out what this person's doing, oh my God. It's like the whole point is it's like in that moment that you're doing that, you act like the scammer. You become the scammer. You are untrustworthy. You are just fucking spying on anybody and treating everybody as if they're a criminal. It's not right. It's not what you do. And that's MAGA that's doing that. The only people doing that are the people that are backed into a corner and they're afraid to admit they're wrong about Donald fucking Trump. They're pieces of trash, in denial, and afraid to admit they're ever wrong about this guy. It's that basic. Because at this point, if you don't admit you were wrong about Donald Trump, yeah, you're pretty much just a piece of trash. I mean, it's that simple because nobody is. No, like nobody at this point, like no, it's nobody. Like nobody supports this guy. Nobody does. They're just trying to make you think. And again, the people that do, they're bumbling fools that clearly don't know anything. Yeah, I remember I was sitting there watching a stream the one time. This guy had so many viewers. It wasn't even that long ago. And yeah, he was being promoted like crazy in the live feed, vertical feed. Tons of people in his chat. He's wearing a MAGA hat. And no lie, he starts sitting there talking about like real personal stuff. Like personal private information and stuff like that. Just like leaking it. Like his own. Not understanding, just thinking that he's just like talking and stuff. So, like, the fact that you don't recognize that MAGA is being used as a catalyst for information, like, you just need to, like, that's the connection. You don't understand that? And then the point is that, where this arrow is, all of you have some sort of file somewhere. Everybody does. Of themselves on, again, these scammers, criminal networks, the dark web and all that. And again, the government could shut that down. But instead they're using it. Instead they're making money off of it. They're scamming you just the same way the scammers do. They could shut it all down anytime. What the hell? What the hell? So again, it's the idiots that went and bought something, like some gadget on the dark web and caused, like some initial leak or something like that. Like, it's the amount of, and think about how many morons heard some video warning them about not to do this. There's warnings all over it and stuff. And then they actually go out of their way to try to make it happen. And you wonder what caused the breach? Well, gee, I wonder how many points of data you connected for those scammers where you were sitting here buying something and you didn't do it right. You didn't do it properly. Or, listen, I understand that scam baiters want to buy stuff off the dark web for the purposes of trying to share how bad it is, but understand that the more you do this, you can use a PO box, you can use whatever it doesn't matter. The whole point is you're now going on stream showing you have it. All they got to do is start looking at investigating all the orders they sold recently and start figuring stuff out. It's really not that hard. I don't understand how that's a difficult concept to understand, like why you wouldn't do that. And then you think you're safe just because, you got all these people to protect you and stuff. No, flat out, I'll bet that those people know that would breach you and that you should never do that. And they're going to protect you. No. Nope. No, your government does that. Yep. Too bad the idiots in charge are doing this instead. Yep, they're doing this shit where you can't even use a VPN on YouTube. Nope, you just can't. They're gonna lie about your views. We have all these viewers in here, 15, 11, 13, 10, 9, 8, but 63 views. Just like all the other times we have thousands of viewers and they're just lying about it. So here's where, again, we go back to, as you can see down here earlier today, them lying about these views. Again, this is what we were talking about initially. You can see down here, it says 1 watching now, but, it's just, again, this was an active concurrent counter for that stream. And as you can see, at that exact time, nobody was watching. And, again, reminding you that as soon as I started, typing in chat a whole bunch of times, warning everybody about, as you can see above that, you can see the chat above that from, somewhere else, but that's, again, it's still the same chat. It's the, right out of the control room and stuff. So we have that concurrent counter in the chat working just fine. But then again, the whole point is when I'm in the public view and I'm looking at it down below there, you can see it's scammed to say 1 watching now, even though there's not. And as I would spam in chat where it says a Google scammer is watching the channel and is legally attacking many people, you can clearly see as I was showing that the chat literally just timing out, disappearing, and then having some random Google error message that it will not display the chat. And the whole point is that they were already doing this. What they were doing for the longest time was making the chat just time out and just not show up for like ever. But it wasn't working. Like essentially it would just show up. And so now they're just breaking it. Literally now they're just breaking it. And the whole reason for this is because other channels are paying attention. You know, they are trying to reach out. They are trying to help. And Google is disrupting it and getting in the way. And actually, like, I wonder how many times maybe a streamer in the past tried to send me an email or something like that. You know, or it actually did try to reach out. And, you know, I wonder how many times Google maybe just deleted it. Because, I mean, it's blatantly obvious that's what's happening here, where, you know, it's literally as basic as knowing that that's Google right there, having that error message on when I have a VPN and I'm allowed to use. Again, you cannot use a VPN on YouTube.com at all anymore. They will break the shit out of this to not function. So, you know, as you can see, there it is. There it is. They will, and you know, this stream is scammed now too. You know, if you were to come in here on a bunch of different accounts and stuff like that, it would just say 5. It would go up to 6, maybe 7, cycle back down. It's just a lie. You know, just like this number is completely lied about. So, you know, I am, partially what we're going to do is we're going to, you know, there's going to be a different platform involved where we're going to go and we're going to, you know, talk about this on another platform and stuff like that. But, you know, obviously the whole point is that that's what they want. You know, when they have certain people that are breach points and stuff like that, they want you to switch so that they can breach that. So, this is why they're trying to get me to switch cell phone carriers. You know, they're causing endless problems for me with my cell phone. And the whole point is to get everybody to switch to something a little bit easier for them to screw with. Yeah, that's the whole point. They want to be able to look at all your stuff that goes on your phone all the time. You know, they're attacking. I think they're attacking. I think Somewhere Near Gamers, right? I think they're attacking him. Like police in general. Like, we know this is a problem. We know it's a problem. We know that police just kind of go on here and commit crimes. Like, that's what's going on in America. Like, literally, it's very obvious police incriminate people and they go out to commit crimes. This is a real problem that's going on in the public. We see it. I mean, you saw an example just the other day of an ICE agent playing rock, paper, scissors to decide the fate of somebody. That's disgusting and it's not legal. It is literally the full-on example of what would put somebody in jail, actually. I mean, that guy's just a criminal. And showing it. You know, like, the whole point is, if I showed up and did that to his family and arrested his wife and said that, you know, well, she's illegal, she's not supposed to be here, let's play some fucking rock, paper, scissors on how to decide her fate. You know, he's gonna suddenly act different, isn't he? He's gonna suddenly change his tone. Yeah, because his wife votes for Donald fucking piece of shit jackass Frump. So, you know, therefore, she's okay. Um, so you have to understand that it is very obvious that police overwhelmingly supported this guy and overwhelmingly were wrong. And it's pretty basic. It's pretty easy to see that, too. So they are just doubling down as they always do. As cops always do. It's the same behavior we always see. They don't become better people. They become criminal. They become worse. They get worse. They just double down and can try to control what everybody's doing, even worse. So, again, that's why, you know, some of that information got shared. So you could realize what was happening, where they're just trying to incriminate people. They're just using everybody that's sitting here in the public's view and stuff like that, manipulating those people to fight each other. It's literally what they did with the Black Panthers movement. It's literally what they did with Martin Luther King. Like, just in general. That is literally what the FBI did. And again, I really want to point out that as I'm sitting here talking about this, no trending, just sit here locked at 5. You know, that's blatantly a lie. We know that. Obviously, that's blatantly a lie. Obviously. You know, we know that this stream gets thousands of views. All the time. Maybe even millions we're supposed to get. So that's probably what they're trying to prevent. They were always trying to prevent this. Always trying to get me to look a certain way. Always trying to get me to respond a certain way. So as I do, you have to notice the result. What happens? How worse it gets. And it's continued to be that way and gotten worse. So, again, if you see the stream here, see how down here where I'm looking at the stream, if you see this, down here where I'm looking at the stream, if you see this right here, do you see this? Let's go ahead and look at this stream right here. I really want to reiterate to you, if you're looking down here at the stream and you see nobody watching, you see that? You see how, like, again, it just doesn't say anything? It should say something. You know, again, it would say 1 watching now or however many it is. So again, if that 1 that's always in there really is always in there watching, why wouldn't it say it there? And then as soon as I click on it and scroll down, you see how instantly, you can clearly see instantly there is a 1 watching right now, but there's not. And then, you know, if we use the arrow to point at this concurrent up here that shows you right here, you know, again, nobody came in the stream. It says 1 watching here. It's not like anybody came in the stream and the literal, like, 1 second it took me to click that and scroll down. No, like literally just, this is the bot. It's showing that. They have never been able to get rid of that. And so they lie about it here, and they lie about it previously before you come in there. That's all it is. It's just a lie. And so then that's what I see when I come in the stream. I see these lies. And constantly. All the time. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's what, and you see there that chat. I mean, that's insane. You're just breaking chat just because I would be literally sitting here talking about how a Google scammer is watching the channel and illegally attacking many people. Well, again, if you harass me and cause more problems for me, my chat breaks while I'm saying that. How does that make Google look? Does it make them look like guilty, like they're trying to hide something? Like they're trying to literally cover it up? Oh, he's going to sit here and he's going to post this, so we're just going to sit here and endlessly cover it up. And break his chat every single time he posts it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you not going to recognize that? No. What you need to understand is that these views have been halted and been fucked with and lied about ever since I said something about that cop. You know, the whole Mr. Touchy-feely thing. Ever since I said that, these views have been manipulated and lied about. It's just locked at 5. Just 5, no more, no less. You know, there's just no less, no more. No, that's what you have to recognize. What they're doing is they're lying. And they're coming in here, they're communicating with Google and YouTube and lying to them. But they're coming in here and coming in the stream, and YouTube is lying about that view. They are helping these police incriminate people. They are helping them lie. And again, they're the fucking scammers. You know, again, I have plenty of evidence that I've sent to my lawyer. I have all these emails to prove that I've been harassed and stalked by these people. We have a state police report that, again, we had a stalker in here saying sexual things in my chat. Sexual things. And on body cam, I showed him screenshots of this. On body cam, I showed him screenshots of this. On body cam. Yeah, I remember asking him, I asked him if his cam was on. Supposedly it was. So if it wasn't, he was lying. As they do, as we know that happens too. But I don't know that he was lying. But I do know that there's a state police report that regularly somebody was doxing my mom's personal information, my personal information, and typing sexual things in my chat to try to get people to think sexual things of my mother or myself or anybody else in this family. And again, remember the cop that arrested this person originally. After arresting them, they couldn't wait to say over the very official airways, again, not the person's name that they had, which is what you officially say, because how else would they fucking know? Oh right, they all know him as Mr. Touchy-feely and have been talking about him this way. So thus, the entire investigation was based on profiling. They profiled somebody as this way. That's it. All profiling. And again, the whole point is that's your example. When they can't even call this person by their name, they probably don't even remember. They just know Mr. Touchy-feely. Yep, just literally lies. Yeah, instead of calling the person by their name, just lie. That's not the person's name. You shouldn't say that over the CV. That's a literally an official channel where officially you're documenting that this cop said that. Yeah, sounds exactly like the 911 call that nobody responded to, where the police dispatch lady became verbally irate. Didn't give me her badge number. I wanted her badge number. She doesn't give that out. sir. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. And right as I point this out, that they literally scammed the views and lied and locked the views, remember, a sixth one came in to make me wrong. Did you see that? As soon as I said that, a sixth one came in. Oh, we're gonna make him wrong. You know, it hasn't been sitting here fucking scammed at literally 5 for the past, like, fucking half an hour since I fucking said that. You literally see the line right here. 5 for the past fucking half an hour. So, like, the whole point is, oh yeah, they're just gonna come in here and lie about it now. They're gonna come in with a sixth one and lie about it. They're gonna... No, what they're doing is they're allowing that sixth view. They're not coming in here. It's easier to lie about the views and slowly allow them or not allow them. So they don't have to do any of that. I get shitloads of views and they're holding it back. And it's all lies. So, here it is. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually start just conducting my own investigation. And I'm going to start investigating the local police departments. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to conduct my own investigations, and I'm going to start investigating the local police departments. Because Internal Affairs is literally a joke. I caught them. I caught them on 322. The road that I'm always driving on, that you guys know I'm always on, where I have a shitload of problems with aggressive driving. I caught them doing it on that road. And right in the stretch of road where they changed the speed limit from 55 to 45. And I caught them doing it right after this. Yep, so they intentionally were playing psychological warfare with people. This is what they were doing. They were leaving the bar. You know, again, you guys know how I drive into that town and I typically get like my Chinese or I get my drinks or something like that. Yeah. I probably used the ATM and left and turned around and left town. And to them, this is fucking suspicious, right? It's not probable cause to follow somebody, but to them it's suspicious, right? Or whatever, I don't know. So these assholes that are just drunk off the clock, you know, they go to the bar and just hang out and drink. They're not actually doing anything. And they're in their giant trucks with their Trump stickers. They're not in police vehicles. And the whole point is, I caught him. I was just driving on the road and I went to the ATM, turned around, I left town, and I'm going back. And this asshole pulls out, blows a red light, gets behind me in his giant truck, and he's just swerving back and forth, beeping his horn, flashing his lights. He's intentionally creating a road rage situation. So I pull over to the side of the road slightly, and this guy literally floors it so fast down the road that he had to have been going at least 80, 90 miles an hour down the road. And so it didn't take me that long to catch up. Like, the whole point is he went and drove into a fucking gas station right up the road, and I was right there. And so I rolled my window down. And I'm like, hey, nice reckless driving. Too bad you're not supposed to fucking tailgate somebody and then rage drive up the road just to pull into a gas station. And this guy was literally like yelling obscenities at me, already out of his truck on his phone. He was like trying to call somebody. That's a cop. That's not a normal person doesn't act like that. That's a faggot cop. Yeah, and the reason they're faggots is because the whole point is they're probably gay, and the whole point is they cause these problems, these tensions with other guys because they're in denial about being fucking gay. That's all it is. Like, literally, they're gay. They've never known they're gay. They're in denial, so they cause tensions with other guys. Literally, like 50% of bullies, they just don't know they're fucking gay. It's literally that basic. But I digress. This guy, no lie, already out of his car. He's talking to somebody already. And it's a cop. It's clearly a cop. You know, so titled, so justified, so, like, no, immediate fault. No, he's used to doing this. This is what he does. He just does that. And this was going way back. This isn't even any time recent. This was way back. Years ago. Interesting, isn't it? And then, conveniently, as I would be driving a certain person to work, and I was in a situation that you were all aware of, and I was on stream telling you about this, and they found out about this, conveniently, I started having problems with aggressive driving and assholes at a certain place of business in the area. Now again, it's a parking lot. I don't work there. I drive somebody there because they work there and they need to go to work. I need to be able to know that I can safely get in and out of that parking lot and that other people can too. That is a public safety issue if I cannot and other people cannot. There are regular accidents all the time outside in the intersection at this parking lot. There are always people speeding around, almost hitting people, backing out of spaces without looking, no stop signs, and in the section where, again, you're supposed to go to pick people up, there's speed bumps that are so high up, there's no way they meet code, because in my SUV that sits high off the ground, they fucking scrape the bottom. And the retards that police the area don't have anything else better to do than sit here and cause problems for me as I show them things to do. So meanwhile, I have no obligation to sit here and call the police every time these things happen. Because if I do, they're going to start causing problems for me. You know that. They always do this. There's a history of it. You can look it up. If you regularly call the police and give them tips, they will look at it like you're causing those things. That's exactly what they're going to do. They profile people. They will not look at you like you're trying to help. So, I go on there and just talk about it because I have every right to do so. I am a U.S. citizen with free speech. I have the right to record in public, especially if I deem that the public is unsafe. And that's all I've been doing. And they've been harassing the fucking shit out of me. You know, again, trying to get copyrights to happen and stuff. They don't understand how any of this works. They're just trying to get it to happen. You know, these assholes, all they've ever done is sit here and put black tape over their steering wheel whenever they have a TV show that's cops and stuff. So they just think that this is what you have to do and this is how it works. It's just not the case. Like, literally, that's the case in that circumstance. It's not the case for every circumstance. And so they just sit here and try to meddle and cause problems because they don't understand the law. Just like I heard Some Ordinary Gamers is under attack. You know, he said something recently about how apparently, you know, they're really concerned about his Google phone. You know, this is really concerning. This guy has a Google phone. You know, it's probably like an LG or something like that, right? Meanwhile, yeah, he just bought this at a normal fucking place, and these retards are having problems hacking him. Yep, they're sitting there screwing around trying to hack him, and they can't do it because they're retards, and they're not supposed to. That's why they can't, because it's illegal. And meanwhile, they're going after him and causing problems for him. Because, remember, you know, what kind of phone does he have? That, do you remember what that, when I had that issue in my chat and people kept coming in chat, what kind of phone do you have? What kind of phone are you on? You know, some dumb thing like that. Until eventually they scammed the information out of it. It's just a normal fucking phone. And yeah, and then from then on, my phone was literally scammed to have all these problems. Just endless fucking problems, endless problems, endless problems. I can literally sit here and look at all of my text messages even though my service is turned off. Why can I do that? I can turn off my service for my phone, and it says no service, but I can get all my text messages? Oh, right, that's right, it doesn't say no service. That's right. You hacked my phone to have an always-on connection. That's right. And that's how they're doing all this. They hack your phone to have an always-on connection. So that's what they did to some ordinary gamers. It's what they're all doing to you. And you think your cell phone's trash or something like that. No, literally, they're just hacking your always-on connection. Disrupts your internet. So the whole point is, I turn off my always-on data, like literally, and it just still says AT&T. It doesn't say no service, doesn't say emergency calls only. Literally just sits there, AT&T. It's confused. I can't make calls. I don't have internet. But I can read all of my text messages. I can go through all of my emails, my Gmail. Oh, imagine that, my Gmail. And the AT&T store, they were trying to scam me to use Google's messages again. Yeah, they want you to use Google's messages for the sake of literally staring at all of. You know that the default texting app on every phone, every single one, is literally just Google. All your text messages are being loaded into Google's system. They're just reading every single last one. And you have Pete Hegseth texting war plans. Like a fucking retard. Now, I had to refresh that. That's what I wanted to show you. We got another viewer to come in here. Another view to come in to trick it to happen by saying something. You know, because there's plenty of people in here. They're just lying about it. So we tricked even more, and it leaked through, but I had to refresh it. That's what I had to show you there. I had to refresh it. It wouldn't have happened. And as soon as I refreshed this, you saw the fifth concurrent show up. As soon as I refreshed it. It's Donald Trump's FBI. It's not anything else but that. It's literally Donald Trump's FBI manipulating people, spying on them, and lying to them. And John's been whistleblowing this since forever. Now, the only reason it's happening now is because Barron Trump started educating Donald Trump on streamers. That's it. Barron probably watches my stream. That's literally probably the truth. Now, this asshole probably sits here and watches my streams, and I was always nice. I was always like, I feel bad for that dude. Yeah, what's wrong with him? I like Red Baron pizza. And now this? You gotta call it as it comes. You know, he's educating his very scammy asshole dad, who's lying to him, lying to everybody else, and he's educating this guy on how to continue manipulating? No, I had to realize it too. No, if you have a manipulative son of a bitch for a father, you gotta call that shit out. I had to realize it too. It's unbelievable. And again, the whole point is if you want to conduct an investigation, you want to do it properly, you definitely don't call people names. You definitely don't arrest them and call them names. You have to look pristine. You got to do, but again, you don't. You all just literally meddle. As far as this stream is concerned, again, the message, again, is that VPNs cannot be used anymore on YouTube, and already Google was doing this. Already Google was disabling the VPN. And if you remember, the whole reason that the bitrate's been shifting around and I've been having problems while looking things up on stream. Remember, I kept saying I'm going to look something up, bitrate would shift around. The point is, they were figuring things out and putting it all together when I would be on Google, because Google would literally block the VPN from being used, and I'm sitting there not fucking using the VPN. All that data and shit like that. So again, this all happened because Google sat here and blocked me from using a VPN. This is now happening again, and worse again. And literally, this trash where literally chat is being broken. People are being lied to. Views are being manipulated. You know, again, this doesn't make any sense. You see all these. I mean, this is. Can we add all these up? Do you see these views? Look at how many views we have. And you're trying to say 65. 65 views. That's 65. How is that 65 views? Tell me how this is 65. I can arrive at 65 here in a few seconds. There's 15 and 15. There's 15. There's another 14. There's 15. I can arrive at 65 views in literally a few seconds. Tracking this and looking through this. 15, 15, 14, 12, 8, 9, 11, 10, 12, 11, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 8, 9, 10, 11, 8, 7. Like, look at this. And you're actually saying 65 views. 65. So again, it's just the police and the FBI that use this. Notice how I point out 65, 65, and then instantly the concurrent is in here. You're supposed to notice that that is triggered to happen. They will be in here if they think there's a certain tone, a certain new scam where it's like a pressure point or something like that to get people to dislike the way that I am behaving and stuff. It's all for public opinion. It's all to manipulate public opinion about what I'm saying. And so again, as I sit here and I do this, you see that happen where, again, we've had the same fucking consistent concurrent count for God knows how long now. I mean, this has been going on for a while now. Probably over a half an hour now. And they're lying. When was it at 2? Look, they're lying. They're saying it was at 2. Look, it's just a complete blatant lie. Fucking liars. And then they just took it away. Did you see that? So that's what I want to show you, where they're just actively adjusting. I mean, I've shown you this before. You can see this throughout the stream, and if you watch it back, you will see it throughout the stream. You know, all you gotta do is pay attention. That's why this is on the screen the whole time. You'll see it throughout. If you watch it back, you'll see it throughout. you saw just now, as this was a little triangle and it peaked down to 2, that is literally all they're doing. So now it's saying 3. Okay, so see that? They're literally just adjusting things in the past. And again, the whole point is that they're blocking me from using a VPN, but this person, this scammer doing this in another country, can do this because of a VPN. So Google and the piece of fucking shit Trump administration is illegally blocking U.S. citizens from protecting themselves. Meanwhile, the faggots in other countries can sit here on your credentials doing this. That's what's happening. The fucking faggots on the Trump administration are literally blocking VPNs and causing these problems for you. So that way, you get breached and they can sit here and figure out how to deal with it. They are literally breaching all of you and getting all of you breached the same way this motherfucker got breached, for the sake of learning how to deal with it. Because once it happens, it's done. There's no dealing with it. So this motherfucker is such a fucking retard. He doesn't know this. Donald fucking piece of shit Trump is such a fucking retard. He doesn't fucking know this. He literally is such a goddamn motherfucking jackass of a fucking retard. He doesn't know this. So again, it's all just to sit here and fucking trigger you and literally get things to happen to you so that way scammers attack you and they can sit here and monitor it as they are and figure out how to deal with it. Again, we know how to deal with this. It's easy. It is super fucking easy. It is like a literal fucking 12-year-old with a coding book could figure out how to fucking do this shit. And these retards at the FBI, this Kash Patel FBI, these fucking morons are sitting here harassing all of you because they're retards that can't fucking look at a YouTube video and figure out how this shit works. Yeah, you can fucking look at this shit and find it out on YouTube. You can literally sit here and find all this shit on YouTube. You can learn how to hack on YouTube. And these retards are so fucking stupid that they don't know, they have no fucking clue that a VPN actually protects you. They're just dumb as fuck, and they're going, why is he using that? Why is he using a VPN? What's he doing? They're fucking stupid as hell. And meanwhile, the retards in other countries, they're doing this with VPNs, all while you fucking retard are stopping us from using it. So Google's system goes, well, the person that can use the VPN is clearly the person that has access, and it's blocking access from, again, the correct people because you are a fucking retard. And that's Donald Trump. That is literally that motherfucking piece of fucking trash. That is what has happened. That is that fucking piece of trash. That is Donald fucking piece of shit jackass Trump. That is all that is. There is no doubt in my mind. Zero. I'm on other channels, and when I see the emoji, I see that emoji, I see the heart, I see the 100% following what's going on in the channel. Okay, that's what I see. And then the very moment, the very second that I hit my, remember, their emoji, their hearts, their 100% and stuff like that. The very second, the very split second that I hit that emoji on that channel, to say anything, to join in with them, hearts, 100%. Again, same emoji as what's already being hit. The very second I hit it, I see a result where the person immediately, the other person that's stalking and following me around, immediately hits the little fucking confetti thing, hits the laugh react, the very second. Again, there's nothing weird about it, nothing's happening. Heart 100% already happening, and the very second, the very second that I would sit there and I would agree, I would click heart too, I would say 100% too, the very second that I do that, laugh emoji, confetti, and not just one stream, every stream. Every stream I've done this on. Every one. So again, they're just literally spying on you through your computer monitor, through your smart TV. Yep. Why do you think they pushed for universal? Why do you think that this country pushed for USB? Remember, this was never a thing before. Oh, and just like all of a sudden, all at once, HDMI, USB, all these things were all combined into one. Gee, I wonder. Gee, I wonder. You know, again, in the modern day where you have one cable that transmits your video and audio, that is a lot less hassle than finding out, you know, is it an RCA or is it a component, or is it, you know, does he have like outside, you know, third-party speakers through speaker cables? Now you got to figure that out. Nope, now it's just HDMI, audio and video all in one cable. Internet is running through that TV. Again, it's not supposed to be, but it is. Yeah, you might have it disabled. Doesn't matter. No, they're just turning it into a microphone. And so what they're going to do is they're going to manipulate people. They're going to do it. They're going to do something like this. They're going to convince somebody that's living with you. Let's say they would say something very manipulative that would convince the person to believe that. All right, let's say I had a girlfriend, right? And they were lying to this person to try to get them to leave, right? So let's say they tried to say to this person privately, oh, I don't know, something to the effect of, you know, trying to convince them that there's like a hidden camera inside a TV or something like that. Something like that. Okay, so first of all, some TVs do actually have that. However, it's not every TV. And you'll know. You can look at the specs of your own TV and decide if there's a hidden camera in there or not. Okay? I do not have one of these. So basically, like, let's say, you know, somebody would want to convince this person, you know, it's as simple as telling them something that sounds like they're looking at them, but they're using a microphone. So now suddenly, with that knowledge, it doesn't sound so crazy. But now, if they convince them that they've been looking at them, spying on them visually, this might creep the person out and might change how they would respond to a situation versus knowing that somebody is spying on them auditorily versus visually. See what I'm saying? So it's as basic as that. It's as basic as convincing somebody of something that's just not true. I can 100% confirm that the retard that that joined in with the bully in my chat that didn't see this coming. You know, again, I've warned people that know me not to watch my streams and stuff like that for good reason. Just joined in, you know. I can confirm that retard does in fact use a smart TV sometimes as his second monitor and all kinds of stuff. And so he too is also being screwed with, clearly. I mean, it's just basic stuff, basic common knowledge. It just literally listening to everything you're doing and talking about. So, I've told you already, and they're doing the same thing to my mom. She's sitting down there on the phone, talking to my dad. And, you know, she's not too bright with this. I've warned her about that. But she doesn't care. She's literally can't even... And she's just saying all this personal stuff. And very telling personal stuff. And just innermost thoughts. And just right there in front of her TV. Meanwhile, her entire TV... Remember all the times I literally gave you guys examples of times where you could hear the TV in the background. Then just all of a sudden... a huge group of ads is just muted for no reason whatsoever. They literally just figured out how to... And again, not the broadcast, not the channel, the ad. Well, that's data. Yeah, that's data brokers. That's data. That's how they're doing it. They're manipulating... It's literally... It's that basic. It's that basic. So... You think they can't, but they can. It's not conspiracy, guys. It's real. And they're just spying on everyone. That's how they're getting the Democrats. They're you know, like the people that have been attacked and stuff like that. They're using TVs and stuff like that to spy on them. Now, again, the FBI and police, any MAGA that are publicly MAGA, and remember, I drove around the area showing you police stations in the area that would actually post MAGA signs on their lawn. You know, they're publicly stating that they're police and they're for, again, they shouldn't do this. They had taken oath, but screw that, I guess. And the whole point is that's literally all these police stations in the area. They're literally all a bunch of crazy MAGA Trump people. Just insane. And I already proved it. That's not a police investigation. You know, and that's the point. I'm literally talking to that cop, and I'm saying, well, what about the footage? Are you going to give us that? And he just says no, and just says, we don't do that. That's illegal. It's literally illegal. You cannot deny footage. That's illegal. You know, again, I could subpoena that information. You're making a decision about, like, again, not to investigate this, and your entire decision is to, oh, right, Hyundais, they have problems with fires. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to contact Hyundai. And I'm going to tell them that the effort of police is determining that, you know, these cars are blowing up and shit like that because Hyundai has problems with fires. And I'm going to let them know that they're telling people this. I'm going to tell them that. I'm going to tell them it's not the mechanics, it's the police. When the car blows up, they don't investigate it because they're MAGA and they're American. They literally just say, well, Hyundai, they just blow up. They just catch fire. And you're going to remember that they're Korean. You're going to remember that they're Korean, just like Samsung, just like all these other really big brands that are good, that do care. that are the top brands on the planet, and they're catching fire, heating up, and exploding. And conveniently, these are all Korean products. The washing machine, the phone, the car. Oh! So that's all that's going to happen there. And then you're going to have an investigation where, you know, Hyundai American's probably going to take a look at every single cop that made a decision, you know, where a car caught fire or something. They're going to take a look at every last one of, you know, you didn't investigate, you just decided, well, it's a Hyundai. No foul play here. They just extinguished the flames, had it towed away to be demolished. No, absolutely zero investigation. Again, I took pictures. They didn't. You know, I'm sure they stood far away and took, like, initial pictures. They didn't do an investigation. I did a little bit of one, and again, within minutes, could easily determine, that this was not a car catching fire. Easily. It's literally just that basic. Somebody did this. Somebody caused this. And you're intentionally not investigating. Well, looks like you did it then, doesn't it? Kind of like you're doing everything else. Kind of like, you know, you incriminated somebody. Because you know you could. So now you're trying to incriminate everybody else, but you're just trying to create reasons. So let's create enough, let's get him to hate it, let's get him to attack people, let's get him to go on other channels, type in their chats. Let's try to get him to react and blame everybody on the platform and stuff like that. Let's do that. So that everybody turns against him, and we can use everybody against him that doesn't like him now. Because remember, that piece of shit detective that showed up, he didn't ask me how my opinion, he didn't ask me how I felt. He showed up at 7:30 in the morning, basically. I think it was somewhere around that time, very early in the morning. Asking very awkward questions. Didn't really state why he was there. Didn't state the charges that were pending that it was asking about. Like, literally just awkward sexual questions, or, you know, questions, again, that seemed that way. That where it was like, I'm trying to get some sort of a thing where you would say, you know, it seemed this way or was this way, so that I can get your wording and all cleverly worded and stuff. It's very obvious. Like, again, he didn't ask me normal questions or want to talk to me normally. And in the moment that I very clearly didn't want to talk to this dumbass, he just very militarized, you know, just, could have done this over the phone. Like, it's very obvious. It's all triggered. It's all literally. And again, he asked me my job. He asked me basic questions. He asked me name. Well, not name, because he knew my name. He asked me job, where I was working, and stuff like that. And the whole point is, this guy was going to try to call. Why is he asking me that? Why does a cop, a detective that knows all these things, need to ask me where I work? Why? He can't find that out. He doesn't need to ask me that. He's asking me to see if I lie. Why are you doing that? Am I under investigation? Because you show up asking me questions, again, not stating why you're there. You're not telling me who's being investigated. Just ask me questions. None of it's probable cause. All of it's incredibly illegal. And that bald motherfucker did not show up with a cop car. He showed up with a black Ford sedan in a suit. That's it. Yep. Sounds like a pretty scammy detective. Also never saw him again after that. Never once. Didn't hear about him, didn't see him again. He's also not the guy that interviewed anybody else. Interesting, isn't it? All hearsay. Using different people. Use this person, we'll use this person, we'll use this person, we'll use... So that nobody fucking knows what's going on! Hyundais are known to blow up, says Cargo Bob. When again, we all know what's been happening. We all know that random accounts come in here to back up, you know, again, to try to throw shade on what we're talking about. So Cargo Bob is probably Ephrata police. You know, again, this is an Ephrata cop sitting in my chat. Clearly triggered by the fact that he did not do an investigation. He looks like an idiot, because he is. And again, the whole point is all I did to show this was simply drive around Ephrata. I drove into the parking lot it happened. I found 5 to 6 illegal things happening. No cop anywhere. And again, a week after this happens, where a car is blown up, I drive in and 5 to 6 illegal things are going on. No cops anywhere. No cops anywhere. And remember, these cops are trying to act like I should report things and Walmart should do something. The whole point is they're busy harassing people. They're not doing their fucking job. Jesus Christ! A week after I pull into the same fucking lot, 5 to 6 things. Expired inspection tags, people loitering. Literally somebody parked on a roadway. They're not even in a parking, there's parking spaces, and this dumb old bitch is parked in the road at the front of the store, just eating food. She's just sitting there in her car, not in a parking space, at the front of the store, eating food. There's literally 2 people parked in the fire lane at the front store, which is incredibly illegal, and then I drive around Ephrata and don't find a single cop in an entire hour. Cops need your details to make sure you're safe. No, they don't. I can tell them that I'm safe. You can go, you're stupid. Like, that is a dumb statement. Cops need your details to make sure you're safe. What details? What are you talking about? What does that statement even mean? My details? I have no obligation as a U.S. citizen. It is not against the law. I have zero obligation to sit here and report crimes unless, again, that crime is literally like causing direct harm and stuff like that, regular direct harm to somebody right in front of me or me that I can see. If some jackass is recklessly driving down the road and stuff like that, I am now going to do something illegal to pick up my phone and call. I have to pull over, I have to find... No! Unbelievable that you would actually say that. That you would actually... again, it's very clear you're a cop. You said yourself that companies have your details, so why can't cops? Who's saying they can't? Again, you came in here and said cops need your details to make sure you're safe. What details are you fucking talking about? You still haven't said it. What are you talking about? And again, state what you're talking about. Clearly state to me what the fuck you meant by your statement. Cops need your details to make sure. What is that commenting on? What are you commenting on? Why are you stating that? At what point did I have any argument about giving cops details? You made the statement. just randomly out of nowhere that cops need your details, you know, to make sure you're safe. At no point did I say anything against giving cops information or details. At no point. So again, please tell me. I'd love to hear this. They need to know what job you have and your name and address. Okay, so again, I gave this detective that information. So again, why are you stating this? Why are you... No. Now you're trying to change it. Let's backpedal. I want to find out specifically, Cargo Bob 7865. I want to specifically find out why you asked me about details. Specifically, I want to... Again, you're not answering this. Why did you make that statement? You specifically. Because again, at no point did I say that I didn't give that information. I gave the information. He has the information already. He can obtain it. But I gave it to him. So again, why are you trying to make it seem, you know, like that wasn't the case by even asking that? That doesn't even make any sense. What are you even talking about? I'm talking about a detective that was investigating a situation having to do with literally like nothing to do with this internet stuff. I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about a detective that was investigating my father for something, again, he was trying to incriminate him for. I'm not talking about this. So again, stating that, what are they protecting me from? They're not protecting me at all. They're idiots. They're not protecting anything. Protect? Are you kidding? Are you joking? That's a joke, right? I am being harmed because my mom's car blew up because police didn't do anything. They need to fill the forms. They're there to help. Again, retard. You're getting blocked. You're getting blocked. And I'm reporting this entire channel. I'm reporting the entire channel. Because you came in here looking real fucking suspicious right after I mentioned about the Ephrata police. And you're sitting in here trying to look like you're going to say anything. So, nobody's talking about not giving cops information. This guy is a detractor. Look at the emoji. Anybody should realize that this is flat out the perfect example of everything I've been talking about, where the cops show up to show how guilty they look. The very second that I started talking about the fact that 5 to 6 illegal things were going on in Ephrata, and Ephrata police didn't investigate a car that blew up. Their entire investigation was, well, Hyundais just blow up, and Cargo Bob 7865, the first fucking message he says is, Hyundais do blow up. They are prone to explosions. And this dumb motherfucker is in here trying to, like, make it seem like, you know, he's, like, asking questions about, like, he's, like, saying, like putting words in my mouth, like, you know, like trying to make it seem like, you know, like that somebody wouldn't give, like, no, like this, again, this detective came to speak, and again, the whole point is to just get you to talk about these things. You're just leaking information. But this, again, the whole point is this faggot came to speak to me, and he's just asking weird fucking questions. It was really early in the fucking morning, asking really weird fucking questions, and again, doesn't state why he's there, literally just fucking asking weird-ass fucking questions. I don't have to fucking, like, why the fuck are you here? You didn't say it. Didn't tell me why you was there. Just starts asking me weird-ass fucking questions. Obviously, I'm supposed to piece this together. And then again, remember, I give him, he asks me where I work, he asks me my job, and information, stuff like that. The whole point is he's asking you that so that they can harass you at your job. It is not to protect you. It is to harass you at your job. Moron. Protect you. What the fuck are they gonna protect you at your job? Me. No. No, they don't need to protect me. No. Unbelievable. What a bunch of retards. Actually trying to convince any of that. So, Cargo Bob 7865, right in chat, the very second I mention how retarded the Ephrata police are. Again, their entire investigation for when my mom's car blew up was, well, you know, Hyundais, they blow up, don't they? They're just prone to fires, aren't they? That's their entire fucking investigation. And this retard, Cargo Bob, from the Ephrata police, because again, nobody believes that that's anybody else, comes in chat and says, well, they are. Hyundais are. They are prone to blowing up. Durka-dur. But again, that's not your investigation. A car blew up. You didn't investigate that. You just said, well, Hyundais are prone to this, so it must have been that. Is that how you investigate things? Well, okay. Donald Trump lies all the time. Literally just all the fucking, everything he fucking lies, everything's a lie. Literally everything's a lie. So since everything's a lie and nothing is true and that man lies, and this is our logic that we're using, you know, Hyundais just blow up, you know, just prone to that. Well, all right, since Donald Trump is prone to lying, all right. That's the logic. That's the logic. Hey, all right, Donald Trump's prone to lying, so why don't you use that logic with that? Hyundais, they're just prone to fucking fires. Okay, Donald Trump fucking lies. Everything he says is a lie. He's prone to lying, and you still fucking believe everything that comes out of his mouth. And you're literally dumb as shit voting for him. So, since that's the same logic, you're going to sit here and you're going to be like, they're prone to fires. Duh! Okay, I'll use it with Donald Trump. He's prone to lying. Are you going to change your mind now? Oh, right. Oh, right. It's really just a way for you to not do work. Just like everything else. Just like, again, when I record police stations driving past, there's nobody there. They're working from home. They don't go to the station anymore. They're working from, they're lying. It's all made up. I don't... So, alright. First Frame Film TV Production 1396. Most made up fucking bullshit name I've ever heard. Says, I don't think cops would do that. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. I gave the detail. You're such a retard. At what point did I say I didn't fucking give him the details? Retard. Retard. At what point did I say that? Retard in my chat. First Frame Film TV Production 1396. You are a fucking retard. Because again, I literally just fucking said to you, I gave him my details. He already had it, but I also gave it to him. So, fucking retard. First Frame Film TV Production 1396. You look fucking stupid as hell. And again, you're putting people's words. You're putting words in people's mouth. You just came in the chat again. You look like these police. You look exactly like these very triggering police that do this, that intentionally do this. So again, you have a list of things that you're reading off of things that would work to trigger this response, right? You're just reading off a list. Tell him something that he just said that is opposite. Yeah, make him repeat himself. Make him repeat himself. Make him repeat himself. They have this written. What a retard. What a literal fucking retard. You don't trust smart TVs either, but you own one. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, retard. Do you know anything about my channel? Again, you clearly came on here so triggered to say, do you know anything about what's going on? Do you know anything about what I'm doing? Anything about what I have been doing? Anything about my situation? Do you? Or did you just come on here randomly starting to say things? So now you're continuing to put words in my mouth. So again, you're done. Yeah, again, a detractor, a complete fucking troll. And again, just putting endless words in my mouth. This person started to proceed to say, you want them to listen to you, question mark? You're putting those words in my mouth. I never said that. I said they are. Stupid. Retard. Moron. At no point, retarded moron in my chat, First Frame Film TV Production 1396, most fucking bullshit name I've ever seen. Again, that knows nothing about my situation. Nothing whatsoever. Just one-off coming in here, reacting and responding to the very small amounts of things that I'm telling you about all the other things that, again, all these other people have been paying attention and following along. They know the details. You just coming in here one-off, making your dumb fucking comments. Literally dumb as fuck. Literally dumb as fuck. Literally dumb as fuck. Do you not realize what's happening here? And I'm about to block you. Okay, you're done now too. You're done. I'm done with it. Now I know the lists of people that have been sitting here waiting to contradict and have some negative thing to say. Okay, I'm glad this actually happened because I've been waiting for this. Okay, you've been hanging on to this. You're stupid. You've been paying attention, but you're not listening. You're not putting it together because you're fucking stupid. Okay, so again, I'm going to state it again for the retards in the back. Okay, for the fucking retards in the back. Okay? I'm gonna state this again. Retards. I got scammed. I got breached. I didn't know this was happening. Idiots! I was documenting it, showing it. They were attacking me, my family, my channel. My mom's car was set on fire, was blown up in Walmart parking lot. Retards! Why do you have a smart TV? Duh! What a moron! I didn't fucking know, retard! I figured it out and started documenting it. Retard! Like how... Jesus Christ, you're stupid! Why do you have a spot? Gee, I wonder. God. Oh, God. Gee, oh my God, I wonder. I wonder what possible fucking reason I could have a smart TV. What brilliant fucking thing I could possibly ponder to make me have a fucking smart TV. Gee, I wonder. And then do you not recognize these people are placed and come in here specifically now with these very triggering responses? Specifically. You're supposed to notice that. Watch the emoji. Watch these responses. Again, not things that make sense. There's been plenty of support in here. All of a sudden, at a certain point, the support stopped. The people that were supporting me suddenly couldn't type anymore. And they were talking about that. They were having problems with chat. And then all of a sudden, Cargo Bob starts coming in here and saying bullshit about, cops this and that, disagreeing. Minecraft Legend 239 HD2, somebody again that I've been watching and keeping an eye on, that again very clearly is like a channel, I think I saw this before. Yeah, hello, welcome to my chat. Your name, yeah, you have some sort of fucking, this is ridiculous. It's just like an obvious scam account. The whole point is they've been sitting here, back and forth, keeping an eye on things. But again, just for the sake of meddling and fucking around. So again, as soon as this gets close, as soon as people are really paying attention and really seeing what is happening, and as soon as I get so close to this, they come in here with their very triggering responses to make it look exactly the way it looks. Just like earlier, when they sat here and took the bitrate to absolutely zero, absolutely nothing, right as soon as I mentioned Donald Trump, and then somebody says it in chat, as soon as you say the T word, the bitrate's zero, the bitrate's nothing, we can't even react in chat. They literally just start doing different things to start masking what they're doing. So every one of these people that talked in my chat, Cargo Bob 7865, Minecraft Legend 239 HD2, and First Frame Film TV Production 1396. These accounts should be looked at. They should be looked at as abusive. They should be looked at as accounts that sit here and manipulate people and psychological warfare, spams and scams, that sort of thing. These accounts are disgusting, and they've been sitting on here using these accounts to monitor and wait and say various things at various times to plant an idea. That's it. So again, this is how the Ephrata police investigated my mom's car blowing up. Hyundais are prone. They're just prone to blowing up, aren't they? That's how they investigated that. That is them investigating. Idiots. That's not an investigation, and in fact is quite illegal. Not giving me the footage is quite illegal. The fact that I got there, and this is a Walmart, with all these people around. It's a public space, and there weren't even any firemen or police remaining around after the fact to make sure the thing didn't reignite is staggering to me. It didn't take me long to get there, and there was nobody. In fact, everybody walking past was super confused. They just saw a torched car and going, what the fuck? No police, no, like, it looked exactly like this fucking FBI thing where they really quickly pave the area and cover it all up. Just like the fucking trolls that we see in chat trying to expose what's happening. They're not trolls. They're people from the area that know what happened. And the reason they're trying to sit here and cause problems for me is because they're trying to figure out who those people are, track them, monitor them, so that they can kill them. That's right, the FBI is committing mass murder. And they are using YouTube to do it. And YouTube is aware. Trust me, they're fully aware. Google is fully aware. But yes, Donald Trump's FBI is committing mass murder, and the person hitting the emoji thinks that's super funny. Mass murder is super funny to you. So again, the retarded fucking bald dumbass detective that I gave my information to that was trying to incriminate my family. Again, nobody else has ever talked to this person or knew who that was for that reason. So that everybody's story is different. And you just can't follow it. This person this person that. And then there's no cops there to use for testimony. It's just, nope, different statements, different reports. This person said this, and it's literally just hearsay. Because they know they use illegal probable cause. They know the real reason they can't state, because it would be illegal and they would all wind up in jail too. Yeah, and again, it doesn't mean that there's any evidence. It just means that whatever probable cause that led them to, you know, go down this investigatory route where they're asking people questions and shit like that was, you know, enough to convince a group of cops. That's all. Just enough to convince. That's it. It's that basic. And we're talking about convincing retards here. I mean, again, remember, these are the same people, again, remember, the same fucking people that every day you can see this. Hold on, let me pull this up for you. This is what cops get away with. This. That. Hold on. All the time YouTube hides my own subscriptions from me. If they know that I'm sitting here looking at, and especially police-related ones, if they know that I'm sitting here looking at the civil rights lawyer, I'm looking at Audit the Audit, They sit here and they do not. They will unrecommend these channels. They will sit and try to hide them from me, try to hide me from seeing them. Hold on. Here it is. I was trying to find the actual one. The original one that I found. Here it is. No, I found it. I found it. Because I like this channel. I wanted to find this one. That is a problem. That's what you have to recognize. That's a problem. There's a real problem. And that's legit. Yeah, they could masquerade long enough to cause an issue and then disappear or something like that. You know, that's they did the job. So how often is this going on? And Internal Affairs. Meanwhile, Internal Affairs is a joke. I catch these guys raging down the road at 90 miles an hour in my area. And that's what they're doing. They're getting people to pull over for the intent to trigger them to road rage them. That's what they're doing. They're trying to get people to road rage them. It's illegal. You can't do that. It's entrapment. Cops around here are just doing this. It's the same thing when you see body cams where they hire a prostitute, not a real prostitute, but they have a fake cop, and they trick somebody to like pay for, you know, like a sexual thing or something like that, and they're using a cop. It's entrapment. And it's all over they did this for decades. Cops did this. You have to understand that for decades cops do illegal things, all for the sake of, catching the bad guy. But the point is, all they're doing is putting a pressure point on somebody that might otherwise not make that choice. They are egging people on, and they're using illegal means to do it. And that's the kind of shit you should help people. Just like the person said, oh, it's to help people and protect them. Duh! Meanwhile, I'm being harassed. My mom's car is blowing up. And the investigation is, well, Hyundais, they're prone to blowing up. You call 911. Nope. Sounds like a bunch of retards. It sounds like an entire criminal network being run in the central Pennsylvania area. That's what it sounds like. And it would also fit with the fact that, A, Fetterman just pulled his bullshit, where he clearly ran in office. He was MAGA. They clearly ran Democratic to lie about wanting to be a Democrat. Remember, he went on Colbert and he had a fucking hoodie and shit like that. This was all to lie. You know, and he's a scammer. He's not wearing a suit. He doesn't act normal. He's MAGA. And remember, he retired after this one term. That's it. Just retires immediately and goes out, all while voting to help a Republican cause, voting against the Democratic cause. He put these people in place for a reason. It was all carefully planned. Fetterman's part of it. McCormick is part of it. The local police are part of it. They're doing the same thing in Texas, too. Asmongold's probably aware. He's not going to say anything. That's what's going on in Texas, too. It is incredibly illegal. They are literally manipulating all these police. And all they're going to do is overthrow the government eventually, just so that, again, your democratic process doesn't work. Your votes don't count. Is that what you really want? So first of all, Pennsylvania's not a stop and ID state. I'd like to let you know that. If a cop tries to stop and ID you in Pennsylvania, you can say fuck off. It's not a stop and ID state. Secondly, if a cop comes onto your, where you live and just starts asking you a bunch of random questions, you can also say fuck off. I'm just stating the legal means you can do these things. It is within your rights to do it, because the point is, what right does he have to even ask you questions or even be there? Oh, he's just asking you a question. Okay, maybe he's a scammer. Maybe he's not a cop at all, based on what I just posted in my chat there. And literally, this has been going on for decades, this shit. Assholes pretending to be cops that shouldn't be. No. Nope. Nope. And that's the point. That's what's going on. Where you literally just have again, I always, way back, I taught martial arts to plenty of them. I always had a good interaction with them. I never had any problems. Even the asshole that stopped me multiple times and gave me problems tried to convince me there's some sort... Again, you cannot pull somebody over for window tint. You can't do it. I found that out later. And this asshole at the East Earl police station was pulling me over multiple times for window tint. Cannot do it. And he was doing it. And he made me take it off. And I ruined my defroster. Cut my hands all up because, again, I didn't put it there. I bought the car that way, and it was some fucking bubbled out stupid purple thing they've had on the back of the fucking window. It's a cheap ass car. And this asshole profiled me because I had a cheap ass car. This is my first car. That's what you have to recognize. That's what they're doing to people. It's all about profiling. He kept pulling me over. He kept profiling me. Like I said, the first time that he asked me the questions and he deduced there was something wrong, I walked in a dimly lit restaurant and took my sunglasses off. And he thought my pupils were dilated. Well, I had walked in from outside into a dimly lit restaurant and then took them off. So yeah, my eyes didn't adjust. They just stayed wide. So this retard then proceeded to follow me outside while I get my pizza, and he starts looking around my car for any reason. And I said, "Is there a problem?" And he starts asking me questions. So because I could have just simply turned my car on and drove out. He had zero probable cause. All that was fucking ridiculous. And this guy, I kept running into him. I found him at a local bar harassing people. Yeah, he was spying on people at a local bar. He's not a detective. He was trying to be. And he was spying on people at a local bar. Again, illegally. Just hanging out there, pretending like he's there. I am as blue as cover. And he was real upset about that. He tried to get me to shut up the moment that I recognized him. Yeah, that's the point. I was trying to be nice. I was like, hey, man. I didn't care. So, my point is that I've been through that. I've been all through that. Yeah, I let him search my vehicle. He didn't find anything the second time. Yeah, like, I've been all through that. So that's the point. That told them, you know, again, he remember, he told me, he let it slip, this is what they do. He was sort of telling me, well, you know, this goes on record that you let us search your vehicle and stuff like, wait, what? It does? Why? It does? You're going to do a report for this? Really? Interesting. So, the whole point is, all that did was tell them that they can't use that. So they know endlessly they're going to pull me over, all they're going to find is nothing, you know. So that's the whole point, is they knew after that they couldn't use that, so now they have to try a different approach. Yeah, they've like, literally since forever. I like, just again, at some point, you know, again, it's the politicians in the area, the judge, the attorney general, or something. You know, somebody in the area is literally just a fucking criminal. And they're using and abusing the system to attack people. I mean, that's literally, it's that basic. All I'm doing is sitting here minding my own business, trying to play video games. And I just start documenting all this shit that's going, just like when I drive down the road, minding my own business. And randomly out of nowhere, all these cars are always swerving around all over the place, trying to fucking pressure me to drive faster, trying to literally just run me off the road. And every night, again, like I said, I drove somebody to their job. Every night I had problems. Every single night. Am I supposed to call a cop every single night? They're not gonna... And I flat out seen cops hang out down there and ignore it. I've seen them on the other side of the road witnessing somebody tailgating me and ignore it. I've seen it happen. And again, every night I pull out of there, I should show you how ridiculous it is. You know, again, it shouldn't be 35 there. It's 35. That's the triggering thing. They want it to be 35 there, and they know that's triggering. It should be 50. That whole road should be 50. There's, like, no houses. It's, like, farms and shit. It's a wide-ass road. 35 the whole way. So this is very triggering, lots of traffic, bottlenecks things. And in the middle of the night, when everybody wants to get home and I'm picking somebody up from their job, every single night I get the same asshole behind me, high beams, tailgating me, swerving back and forth. There's a whole middle lane. He can illegally pass me all he wants. So that's the whole point, is every day they start recklessly driving to the point that I'm getting concerned now. Where he is doing this, but it's starting to get to the point where it's like really bad. He's getting really close to my bumper. He's like really triggered by this and stuff like that. So yeah, that's very concerning. And so then that starts to become very concerning. So there's a couple of times where I beeped my horn. I once flashed my lights. Like, why the fuck would you do something like that? And at the traffic light that we all come up to, so right after that, middle of nowhere, middle of the night, nothing. There is nothing here. Nothing. It is so dark. Again, you'd need a car on the other side of the street to be able to see the other side of the street. There is nothing. It's 35 miles an hour, and there's a random traffic light you must stop for, and it's never green. You know, there's no traffic going this way. Why would there be traffic going that way? It's not a main road. It's literally like the most side road. You could go to a gas station and like a house. And it's just never green. Well, it's to stop you. They do this on purpose. They are triggering these people, and instead of keeping an eye on the actual people doing it, no, they start monitoring other people and anybody that stops at that light. They're just stopping you to look at your face. That's what I figured out. So they were stopping me every single night. When again, these very triggered people could simply just go through the light. We could all go through the light. And so the whole point is these people picked up on the fact that if you just speed up to about 60, 70 miles an hour in a 35, you'll make the light. So that's what they're doing every night. And I'm not. I'm just going the speed limit. And then I get stopped. This is a problem. This is Pennsylvania. The politicians in this state literally trigger their civilians. This Commonwealth is run by terrorists. Treasonous terrorists that sell your information, that sell you, that rip you. Again, remember the business that I owned? The problems I had were because, again, taxes. My rent was technically $800 a month. But it was actually $2,300 a month because of taxes. So $1,300 of that rent. What? Oh, I'm sorry, $1,500. I'm sorry, $1,500 of that rent. Oh, I said 13. $1,500 of that rent was literally taxes. And you're gonna say that this state doesn't rip people off and take advantage of people. Oh. So I have stones all over my road that constantly cause all these problems for my vehicle that they keep throwing on the road, that throw stones into the underside of your vehicle to break your vehicle, you know, all the potholes and shit like that. And meanwhile, you know, this is to make the roads last longer and shit like that. But meanwhile, it's just going to destroy your vehicle and constantly ruin things about your car. And this is how Pennsylvania deals with things. The wonderful retards that run Pennsylvania, you know, they want to elongate the roads. They dump stones on them. And again, remember, the Amish can't stand this. The Amish have trouble with this too. Their fucking buggies are going, like, trying to get like buggies on stuff. They can't stand this shit. And all this Pennsylvania and stuff has trust me, you want to keep them happy. And meanwhile, they're just pissing them off even more. They're pissing us off, too. They're pissing off civilians. Like, literally, everybody in this state hates this fucking state. I love the state. I always talk good about it. And then suddenly, I sat on stream right in front of you, and I started getting harassed by people in this state, and I started realizing fucking problems in this fucking state. Yeah. There's a bunch of scammers and stalkers and harassers in this state that literally just learn people's information, talk about them, and lie. And then the police incriminate people and use that. Literally, everybody's a scammer. Everybody just talks shit on everybody else. That's Pennsylvania. Seriously, that's Pennsylvania. When I worked at this last job, again, I never wanted to work with her. I was forced to. Constantly throughout the entire time that I was there. Remember, I had this issue at even McDonald's. They had families working in their organization that would undermine everything. And flat out, the entire time I was there, it was the family that was the issue. That is why I have that short fuse. I flat out catch myself sounding exactly like that stupid fucking bitch that treated me that way every single day that I woke up early just to go to work to listen to that fucking shit. You know, my brain had to develop just to listen, just to smell grease slide around all over the place, get threatened by customers, and have employees harass you every single day that you go in there just to make a measly fucking $11 an hour as a manager. And again, the family that worked for that entire industry, that business, the family ruined it. Again, I was willing to put the time in and do no, but the family, again, they ruined the dynamic. So again, you start recognizing what the problem is. Where basically entire criminal families and stuff like that can just exist because, they have like a, again, that family, their husband was an ex-cop. That's why. So her husband is an ex-cop. That's why. That's why all this is happening. That's why all that happened. Yep, he's an ex-cop. And then here's a troll. Again, that just literally stating a very simple thing that I'm going to block them for. I'm not hearing anybody. I'm literally just not dealing with it. I'm not dealing with it. This is, remember, you're supposed to recognize before this we had an issue. Remember, all these cops were coming in here every single day. All of them in the area were coming in here every single day, doxing this person's name, and then, like with a hashtag. You have to recognize that every single day this was a dynamic. And so as I start going subscriber mode and stuff like that and proving that that's happening, now they're coming in and trying to make it seem like it's something else. Like they're just changing it, obviously, because I reported all that to YouTube. I reported all that to Google. I made reports. There's evidence of it. There's emails. They know that. They know that's how this works. So, again, they're just sitting here changing everything they do every time they do it. Every single fucking solitary time. I am showing you very clearly what's going on. Yep, this is happening. We all see it on them just right away. Somebody comes in chat. Somebody changes what they're doing. Somebody hits an emoji button. So, the likes break. The views start lying. Again, nobody believes for any single solitary second that this is 98 views. Nobody believes that. Look at all this. Nobody believes that. Nobody. 98. That's it. This whole time, this 4-hour stream, and this is 90. Nobody believes that. Nobody. It's just not believable. $3K Mamba 986 has just indicated to us that they have been trying to type in chat for the past hour and couldn't do so. Let me know if you can read this message. I can now read it. And that's what you're supposed to recognize is that they are taking away the very things that give you protection, that protect you from scams and bots. Yeah, I know. 3K Mamba 986 says it was just spam after spam of bot accounts. Yeah, I know. Like, they're just bot accounts. But that's the whole point. You have to realize somebody's doing that. That's police. Like, the whole point is that fake cops exist. Scammers masquerade as cops. Like, all that's left is for this person to actually scam a real cop, send them to jail, And then what he's going to do is very, very slowly try to steal this person's identity. Like, you have to understand, like, it's bad. It's not an okay thing. This was only several months ago. This link I'm sharing you with this fake cop pretending to be a fake cop. This was literally only a few months ago. Trying to remember what department this is out of. It's Washington. So this was out of Washington State. Like, literally, this just happened not even a few months back. It's literally out of Washington State. I mean, it's happened. It's all over, man. And I happen to have a pretty positive, good opinion of that state. You don't think it's like, you know, again, like, there's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of shit going on in some states, man. And that, you know, like that. You know, like you hear about, what do you hear about Washington's, okay, you know, like, again, so the whole point is you have to rationalize it's happening everywhere. It's not just one state. It's not just the problem states. You know, that's what MAGA would do. They'd be like, oh, it's the problem states. You know, no, it's everywhere, man. It's any state. It's anywhere. It's literally just scammers. Makes no sense. All the accounts typing at the views aren't going up when they do. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's that basic. It's basic enough to know exactly what you just said. 101 views. Yeah, we clearly have all these people in chat. You know, all these, yeah, 100 views. Yeah, okay. 14 watching at one time. 100 views. Yeah, okay. Just like all the other times where thousands of people are watching and, you know, there's hundreds of views. So now we just got to 100, so they're, you know, that's probably going to come off soon. They're probably going to, you know, because again, remember, that's the prerequisite. As soon as we hit a certain threshold, that's too much. So, yeah, we're just dealing with, like, a lot of scamming is the gist of it. And you need to understand that what's going on here, you know, again, is very, very specific, but it's generalized. It's definitely, like, a problem. Like, the fact that somebody can do this and cops can do this, bad guys can definitely do it. And they are the bad guys. That's the point. They're masquerading. I mean, they're the worst then. You know, they're the worst. If they're masquerading as good guys, that's even worse. And that's what a scammer is. So the whole point is now that Scammer Payback and, like, the pen testers and stuff have convinced police of these scams. They do know they're happening, and they're getting behind them now, and there's evidence of that now. Now they're trying to attack they're trying to breach the police stations. They're trying to get in. Clearly, this is about hacking into, you know, again, police cars' laptops or their systems. You know, and again, police records, stuff like that. Ongoing investigations, because that's not public. Like, what happens and stuff like that, that is, but ongoing stuff, if they can meddle with that, yeah, they'll have the ability to actively lie about what transpired, or so they just go in and change the details. The stream was fine when all his bots were in chat, and now they're gone, and it's lagging the stream. Yeah, exactly. And so the whole point is that they're always trying to do this with some ability. They're disabling VPNs for that reason. They want to fuck with the stream on your end without having to move my bitrate around, because they know that I'm documenting and I'm showing all this, and it's bad for them. So the whole point is to sit here and try to fuck with the stream from your side of things. So that's why they took out the ability, again, to use VPN on YouTube. Like, you just go to youtube.com and you can't even load it. So yeah, that's a very common theme that we have seen, the stream being fine when we have trolls and bots. But as soon as we're onto something good, we're onto something positive or something like that, like playing a game or doing a gaming stream or something like that, they're gonna lag the stream out and get everybody to tune out and not watch the stream and stuff like that. And even if they don't, they just lie about the views anyway. So obviously, like, the point is you're supposed to recognize how absolutely guilty Google looks with all this, how they show up very aggressive, trying to get me to hate on police and stuff like that. You're supposed to recognize that this is all, again, to manipulate police to do exactly what they want them to do. So, if they can get me to rage out, about a bunch of cops in the area and stuff like that, and then get those cops to respond to that, they have successfully manipulated the policing systems. Again, that would be a successful manipulation of an entire branch of government. So, again, not good. And like I said, I tried to waste their time for as long as I could, but as soon as this starts getting to the point where, again, I mean, like, we're dealing with regular impacting of numbers, impacting whether or not you're going to hear it, and it's getting out. So, of course, we have to change what we're doing. We have to show what they're doing. It has to happen. So, anyway, I don't see any reason to continue streaming past this point. I got out what I wanted to say. But recognize that views don't come off live. They don't just sit here and come off constantly like they have been. I mean, that's a lie. It's just lies. They're trying to, and again, they've always done this, where YouTube has sort of silent policies that aren't real policies. Again, anything official, legal, must be stated for the person to easily be able to find and follow. Otherwise, it's not a policy. Otherwise, again, you're silently just shifting people's bitrate around or causing problems for a streamer or something like that, until they would figure out what it is that you're so it just creates a toxic, negative sort of situation where, again, all that's going to happen is the channel, the platform, would be able to then manipulate the streamer to do whatever the platform dictates the streamer should do. And again, this model's dictation-like behavior. Again, you can't dictate what other people do. You cannot. They will literally fight you to the core of their being. I mean, that is literally very obviously being made to cause war, to cause people to be fighting in public. The whole purpose is to create a dynamic where I would fight with the people that are coming in chat and stuff like that. That's what they're trying to do. That's always what they've been trying to do. You're just like, if some retard almost hits me in a crosswalk at a grocery store after I've literally just walked off the sidewalk. You know, again, this guy, I call him an asshole. That's the worst I do, is call him an asshole. You know, again, he almost ran me over. I'm a pedestrian. And by the way, state law, you must yield to pedestrians in a crosswalk in Pennsylvania. You must yield to pedestrians in general in Pennsylvania. But a crosswalk? Oh, hell yeah. And there's a sign. No, he was stopped letting somebody out. And then as I was walking in front of him, he just drove forward. And I had to move or he would have ran over my cart. And probably hit me, too, if I just kept walking. And so I called the guy an asshole. I called him out for it. And instead of the guy taking it and just sitting there and looking at me in his car and realizing, you know, what he did, or getting out and asking me and saying, oh, wow, I'm really sorry, you know, I shouldn't have done that, or something like that, he literally just gets out and he's all pissed off and triggered that I called him an asshole. What the hell? You are an asshole then. You're showing me. You got out of the car to bitch about me calling you. Then you're an asshole. Yes. Yeah, I mean, you're literally getting out to show me. Holy fuck, dude. You're proving it. So he gets out of his car. He's like, what? What'd you call me? I said, I called you an asshole because you almost hit me at the crosswalk. And he like gets out and he starts walking over. And he's all like, he's, you know, like I'm just calmly putting my groceries in. And this is the whole point. See how the laugh emoji, see the laugh emoji? Do you see that? That proves what I'm saying. You know, again, trying to laugh at what I'm telling you so that it creates a situation that the viewer would want to think that this is toxic or that it would, you know, like whatever, essentially whatever I'm doing, it's wrong, you know, so they're laughing, you know, and they're trying to get you to laugh along with it. Again, I guess you can laugh at it, but again, the whole point is that this guy was an asshole, and you have to recognize the behavior. Where I actually could have literally called the police. I actually warned him. He got out of his car, he approached me. I could have called the police. He had the aggressive behavior. All I did was call him an asshole. That's freedom of speech. I can say whatever the fuck I can say that to a cop if I want. The whole point is, if somebody responds that way, that's a behavioral issue. They are triggered. They are, and it's just like that cop that you saw circling that guy's property where he clearly did something to that cop to really trigger him. Oh, right, he was recording him because he was circling his residential neighborhood for no reason. A cop cannot patrol a residential neighborhood for no reason. They must have a reason. They can't just patrol it. Because then it looks like you're literally just harassing somebody. You have no probable cause, you didn't get called. Why are you there? So he's recording this. He's literally recording this. And that's the point. That's what you have to realize about that old ass cop. You know, like he clearly did something. He clearly, like, this guy recorded him doing something he shouldn't have or something like that. And he's been doing it for a long time. And he got really triggered by it. And so instead of doing something about it, they let this cop retire. That's the reality. So people are becoming cops. You have to understand. scammers are becoming cops to hide being scammers because they're not being held accountable for what they do. Duh! You don't recognize that when I'm driving to the AT&T store because somebody's fucking around with my phone, the very police station that is in the place that's been harassing me had 3 different cars follow me that day. Follow me! And then, after I put my phone up to record them, they wouldn't dare try the hands-free bullshit with me that day. The very second that I did that, those fuckers turned off real fucking quick. And that last time I was at the AT&T store, I had an unmarked police car. Unmarked! Pull in after I got there. And then sit there, proceeding to sit in his car, very tinted windows the entire time. Oh, right, but tint's not legal, guys. Tint's not legal. Remember, I got pulled over for this. And that was my argument to the cop at the time, too. I was like, well, then... And he's like, I know what you're thinking. What about all the tint on the windows of the dealerships? And then he literally admits, he goes, I don't know why they can't do anything about that. I just know that, you know, we can do stuff. And let me tell you how he got away with this scam. Let me tell you how he got away with it. This is how he got away with it. He got very rammy immediately. He told me... Now, actually, with me, I'll be honest, he didn't get away with it. I sort of knew. I just didn't care. Like, I had nothing to hide. You know, I didn't really care. Obviously, now I do. Obviously, like, this, they've incriminated people. And now, obviously, I do. Like, things are a little different now. But I didn't care. Okay, but the way he was getting away with this, the very obvious way he was getting away with this, was initially he told me, he was like, now, the reason I pulled you over is for your window tint. Now, I'm sure you're probably wondering, you're probably asking yourself, well, you can't pull somebody over for window tint. I get it all the time. Trust me, if you go on PennDOT's website, you'll find it. I can even show you the link if you'd like. Would you like me to show you the link? Would you like me to show you the link? I can show you the link. I can really go to the website and show you the link if you want. I can really show you where it is. I can show you where the link is that shows you that your window tint is illegal. I really can. Let me pull it up. I think you need me to pull it up. Here, let me get my phone out. Let me find it here. I swear to God. And I even told him, I feel like I said to him something like, yeah, go ahead and do that. And then he sort of pretended, but couldn't find it. All while having me still pulled over. And remember, do you remember I told you he did this in an area where I have issues with cell phone coverage. So he's pulling people over where he knows his instrumentation don't work. Yep. I'm going to show you where that is today. That's what I'm probably going to do that today. I was going to do that a few times already. But remember the place where I told you guys, you know, like we go, yeah. I wanted to do a stream from there, but I can't. No cell phone. And so like that's the point. These cops, they're killing people there. There's hunting grounds there. They take people there and they kill them. That's what they're doing. I'll bet you find bodies buried. It's a privately owned. So it's a preserve. They're preserving the wildlife, but it's privately owned. So there's bodies buried. Yes. Yeah, so the point was he was pulling me over where his instrumentation wouldn't work because he knew that. He knew that he was off-grid doing it. And he was right on the line of the township. So he shouldn't have pulled me over there anyway. He pulled me over in the wrong township. Because I drove into the other township and he still pulled me over. He did not have probable cause. No, I promise. The township line's right there and he knows it. He was sitting on the township line. And AT&T, if AT&T don't work there, nothing's going to work. That they know that. Yeah. I'm sure it'll get no views, but yeah, I can do that. Record it offline and stream it live. Yeah, again, I can do that. And yeah, that's the point, is it's a nature preserve, it's hunting grounds. But there's also walking trails. And so, like, half is that and half is the other. And they use this. Like, it's just dense forest. And it was before all that. It was before it was a nature preserve. So I think they made it this to hide. You know, they made it hunting grounds. They made it a nature I think they did this to hide just how often they were illegally taking people out there and shooting them. Because there's probably gunshots regularly and people are starting to question it. So, you know, they're just illegal hunting. No, I think that's what it is. I think that, like, and I used to see the during the Biden administration and stuff like that, I would see the choppers with their searchlights looking through the forest around here. But during the Trump administration, fuck no. I don't see that. I hear all kinds of booms and shit like that of retards setting off fireworks and shooting guns, but I don't see any people actually searching for real crime. I hear lots of it being caused. Yep, exactly. Yep. Now you're starting. And remember, hunting has seasons. So why is everybody around here hunting year round? They can just shoot stuff. I just hear it all the time. And yet there's all these houses around here. There's kids playing. There's families around here. There's neighborhoods, and you're just shooting things all the time. My God, there was 3 different cops in this neighborhood at one point. Why did they last several months? Why did 3 different cops come into this neighborhood and only last a few months and then leave? Why? Because they're criminals? Because they came here to kill some people and then they left? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Kind of, you know, is obvious who is intentionally manipulating things so that I see certain things. They want to gauge a reaction and stuff like that. Yeah, the local police, I fully believe the local police are trying to kill people. They're literally just trying to kill people. There it is. There it is. There's that bit rate. Wow. Wow, the bit rate hasn't been like that for a while. And I literally say that local police, I really believe that local police are trying to kill people. And holy shit, that malicious. Well, geez. After all the evidence of everything I just said, gee, I wonder what's really happening. Yeah, I think we know. I think retards that are cops vote MAGA and attack people. because they're retards. It's literally what I think. They're triggered retards that, again, remember, the type of person I grew up with. Remember, the person that shot at me with a BB gun across the street. David Pennington. He became a cop, I think. He went into the military. I don't care, I'll dox that motherfucker. That asshole's a piece of shit. His father literally did nothing. You know, my dad called his dad and said, your son was shooting at, you know, boys will be boys is what he said. So that dad taught his son to be that way, to shoot at people and bully them. That's how people grow up in Pennsylvania. And then he became a cop. He is a cop. Period. With that behavior, with that ingrained, with that built in. I went to school with several people that have shot people in the face already. And one of them that did it was the guy that literally took a basketball and threw it into my face so hard that it almost broke my nose, right in the middle of gym class. And the gym teacher looked the other way and pretended it didn't happen. Do you know why? Because Lucas Newnham's parents were rich. The same thing that's happening to my family, where somebody is like rich somewhere and somebody's just like doing things behind the scenes. So that's what happened there. Lucas Newnham's family was rich. He's a psychopath that shot somebody in the face with a shotgun. And this is the guy that, again, almost broke my nose when instead of passing me the ball in gym class because I was open, he intentionally slammed it into my face as hard as he could while being only about 6 to 7 feet away from me. And again, I'm a teenager. Probably caused permanent problems for the growth of my nose. Maybe that's why I have nose problems. Yeah, it literally could have messed up the growth cartilage in my nose and possibly led to why my nose is so big and has problems. Yes, Lucas Newnham literally caused my growth problems. Just like David Pennington when he threw the thing at the back of my head on the bus, and all day it felt like my head was bleeding, even though it wasn't. All day it felt like that. It felt like it was bleeding under the skin. I probably had serious brain damage or something like that. I should probably be like a genius. I had a genius IQ at one time. I'm not going to sit here and claim that I've kept that up, but I had a genius level IQ. I probably should have had way more than that. And people just suppressed it, bullied. My older brother even did that. As soon as I challenged his intelligence in life, he became a bully. And he's never grown out of it. This is how these people grow up. That's what you have to understand about the area. He grew up the same way. And his entire class of friends, they did it. They bullied me. All of them. Every last one of them. Oh yeah. One of them even threw one of my friends into his trunk and drove off one time because it was a prank. I told him not to. I said, literally don't do that. It's kidnapping. If you do that, I literally don't want to talk to you anymore. It's not funny. I swear to God, he pushed one of my friends into his trunk. And again, he told everybody he was going to do this. We're like, don't do that. He's like, trust me, it'll just be funny. It wasn't funny. He tried to do the same thing to a friend of mine where he stopped in the middle of the night. He was like driving us around. He was our ride. He tried to do the same thing to another friend of mine where I was supposed to go along with it. And I didn't because it's fucked up. And he stopped at a graveyard in the middle of the night. Again, these are teenagers. I'm a teenager. This other kid's a teenager. He's in his 20s. Stops in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, in front of a graveyard and says, get out. I'm not joking. Get the fuck out of the car. Get out now. Like, he was, like, adamant. He just kept I was like, you need to stop. I am not taking part in this. And then he starts laughing and driving away, and he's like, well, you're supposed to go along with it. Ha 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 ha. So the point is, if I go along with it, how far do you take it? Do you take it, like, beyond that, where you, like, this is, like, you enjoy tormenting people? You want to... Yes. Yes. That asshole's a Trump voter. He's MAGA. Stop being friends with him after that. Because I thought he changed. You know, like, it was the sort of thing where he would always keep in contact and message from afar. He moved away. It was the sort of thing where I thought he changed. I thought he grew up out of it. Nope. As soon as I realized that his behavior is that he would vote for somebody that's for this type of behavior, yes, I've realized what I had to do. Just as everybody else is realizing what they're doing. And again, any police that support this guy, that now have something to protect and try to hide that they've been doing to people. And they know it. Because Donald Trump is a terrorist, and he is going to jail. If he doesn't die first. And so you have to understand that that's what they're really trying to do. They're trying to make sure that doesn't happen. They're trying to make sure family is in the office. They're trying to make sure that this guy is never a criminal in the public's mind. It doesn't matter what you do. You know, again, they would sit here and try to ruin society and obliterate history, all for the sake that this asshole isn't in the history books 50 years from now, where you're remembering what a joke he is. That's what like, again, some of us are reminding him of that history will remember this. So he's trying to undo this. He's trying to defund the Department of Education, and just like all these very obvious things where we know it's suppression of that message. It's and again, using the FBI to lie, where it took us how long to figure out that the FBI actually manipulated the Black Panthers movement. The FBI, it manipulated the assassination of Martin Luther King, and again, very clearly had things to do with the CIA. Very clearly had something to do with the assassination of JFK, of our own fucking president. This country has a history of this. It's just coming out, and you think that that's the whole point. They realized that. They're like, holy shit, they got away with this for this long, so let's do that. Alright, anyway. They might be fucking with your wires. Yeah, actually, there was a couple of times where I know flat out that they caused some things on purpose, and oh boy, some things look really, really, really weird to some certain people, for sure. They're stupid. They're disorganized. They know that. Listen, somebody's paying attention. Scammers, investigators, doesn't matter who, somebody's paying attention. And I have raised enough eyebrows, I have gotten enough attention that it's wider than you may think. And no matter how much they suppress the view, like, that's the point. Like, I think YouTube or somebody is trying to like suppress this and stuff like that. He's not getting a lot of views, and stuff like that. Like, it's ridiculous. So anyway, we're going to take a look at some things for sure. I'm definitely going to look at again the fact that I can record in public and I'm getting harassed and messed with, that should be very telling. It should be very telling that a cop sits in a spot and then somehow moves and leaves from that spot after me raging out in my car on stream. Again, I didn't go over to that cop. I didn't make any signals or gestures. I raged out on my stream in the car. What? It was nighttime. I have I have like reflections and shit, like rain and like all this stuff on the windows, and so, like you can't see anything. You can't see in the car. And yet, right after that little freak out, he pulls away. No, they're watching. So, I don't know. Like, my thing is they shouldn't be watching while they're on the clock. And it's the same thing with that other scammer. Where that's the problem. Because that other scammer that sits here and makes content while he's at work, he got scammed. That place got scammed. That scammer followed him around because he was doing it at work. It's the same thing with these fucking cops. These retards are sitting here in their cruisers watching me. And the scammer that is tracing everybody back to where they're watching from has definitely breached these cops where they're watching from their phones, their cars. And I warned them, but, you know, they're just going to do it anyway. And that's all that's happening. Where they have been breached now, and they will be manipulated, and their stuff will be lied about. You know, again, right as I would say this or that, the stream might buffer or show something, you know, like stream ended, even though it's not, or, you know, whatever. They're gonna show you after this stream. They're gonna show you some sort of stream that says something about, you know, like again. You'll see this, and then you're sort of seemingly uneducated. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna show you a very clickbait, scammy video that would sort of dismiss a lot of the stuff that I'm saying in that situation, just for that situation. So that way you see that right off or coming off this, and then you start going, oh yeah, see, it's just that. That's how this looks. That's what they're doing. I guarantee that's happened. I've seen it a million times with me. You know, that's the point. That's what they're doing with the data. That was what I was always concerned about. The manipulation of the fact that so fucking many retards are on this platform posting things that are just not true, clickbait, lies, looped streams. And again, remember, if I do a looped stream where it's the truth, something's happening, they lie about my views. Yet you can sit here and watch Donald Trump lie endlessly on fucking looped stream all you want. Man, you could sit here and look that fucking shit, and that motherfucker's just lying left and right. Just lies, 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 lies. And meanwhile, that gets shitloads of views. They're looping it. It's on like that Fox Now thing or whatever it's called. That fucking channel is so goddamn scammy, it's not even funny. Again, they're literally just looping endless fucking footage. They have millions of subscribers. Like, what the fuck? What even is that? The entire thing is just bots and scams. And you're just looping footage of shit that Trump lies about. Oh yeah, great content. Phew. It's unbelievable how fucking stupid people are. And then they'll go watch that and be like, oh, this is great. I can watch the same lies be told and looped over and over and over. And then it's conveniently just that section. You know, again, there's the section. I'm all for him reclassifying, and I'm all for him, you know, like the whole CBD thing and reclassifying. I mean, great. That's a win. But again, if he was really doing this stuff, why does he need to loop the foot? Like Biden never did this. Obama didn't do this. Like, why is it on display? Again, the whole point is he never does anything. You're supposed to realize this is actually something he finally fucking did for once. Nothing he ever does is real. The whole point is he signed an executive order, and 90% of the time you look up what the actual executive order does. You read the context, not what it says, but the actual context of what it does, and it's flat out fucking opposite. Literally would do the opposite. Literally would impose a tariff or something like that. They were supposed to release the files today, you think? Listen, I mean, I care about that stuff too. I think what people are going to have to realize is that about that is that a lot of that's going to look really bad. It's going to look really bad. It's going to be the sort of thing where he knew it was going on, didn't say anything. It's going to be the sort of thing where for a really long time he was friends with this guy that's like this. And instead of doing anything, it's almost like he held on to the information as more of a blackmail scheme instead of, you know. And that's what you have to realize about these rich folks. Like, that's what they're doing. Instead of calling each other out, they're holding on to it for freaking ever. And then, you know, hence why police always think this of like everybody, because it's the cliche, right? So it's gonna look really bad. I'll be honest with you, I think it's not what people think. I think that all this is going to end up doing is exposing the fact that Trump is actually kind of a little gay. He's just a narcissist. And, like, he's always had, like, this thing where, he, you know, like, people have heard about him talking about women this way and stuff like... Again, he's a narcissist. So, yes, he does think of... he has that problem. He's always put women lower than him. I mean, he's a billionaire. This is how women have always... Again, they're presented to him. You have to understand, like, that's the problem. And... So... It's going to look really bad, but I think it's really going to be more like about the fact that it's going to be very obvious that, oh, Trump did some gay stuff. Like, it's more the gay stuff that they don't want out. It's not what you think. It's more embarrassing than a stone cold stunner, so to speak. No, like flat out, it's more of the embarrassing than the stunner. It really is. I truthfully believe that. I believe, again, that, you know, there's gonna be a lot of times where, you know, again, he knew about it, it was going on, and it's bad, and he's a narcissist, and obviously it should have been dealt with way sooner. But again, with him, I think it's gonna be looking more like, with him, that it's just that there's a little bit of gayness, a little gay thing with him. All you gotta do is have been following along. I'm not just saying that. That's not random. You had to have been following along. If you've been following along and actually paying attention to what's been leaked and stuff like that, you know why I'm saying that. I'm just saying. Like, just unless that was leaked, you know, to make him look bad. But again, it would seem like it would be a really random thing to lie about and make up. Like, you can't make this stuff up. You can't. Like, nobody would ever, I just feel like nobody would ever think to do this. You know, like, who would ever put that out there, you know, that he's just gay this whole time. Yeah. Oh, he has kids. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Anyway, I think that's enough. I think you guys get the point. These assholes got breached. Okay? And they're causing problems for people, organically trying to get other people breached, trying to cause problems. They're manipulating police. They're manipulating all kinds of people. Again, the thing that you see at the top of your screen, that, you know, this whole file thing, that's you're supposed to realize. I just found that shit on Google. Okay, I mean, like, literally just listed on Google, and it's as simple as we go through that list. You know, all right, well, now I'm gonna go. Now I'm gonna go create this list. Now all I have to do to hack this person is, oh, he went to college at Wharton School. Okay, so I'm sure there's some sort of record somewhere where I could find a picture of him or something like that, or an ID or something. Now obviously that was way back, so the ID might not be as easy to find, but nowadays that's how they're doing it. They're, especially the retarded colleges that take entire pictures of all their new incoming people, and they're all wearing their ID badges right there front and center with their ID badge on, and they post this online and shit like that and just leak everybody's information. Yeah, especially those. So a hacker is just going to do this. That's all they're going to do. Oh, you went to this college? Okay, so I'm going to look online at this college's website and just try to find the most recent pictures. When did he go? Okay, so I'll look for all those pictures where I can find, and I'll just try to find that person in that picture and then see if I can see their ID badge in the picture. And if I can zoom in on it, I now have all of that information on that ID badge, and I can probably duplicate it. The children, as far as the children's concerned, yeah, same thing. It was whatever they leaked. Facebook accounts, just social media in general, whatever is on there. So all it takes is some scammer to sit here and create a fake account that, again, like, let's say your mom is a retard and doesn't understand that she shouldn't have two different accounts under her own name. So if she does, you know, like, or like, there shouldn't be another person with another Facebook account under your name. That person's a scammer. Okay, so the whole point is you should do something about this. You should take care of it. And so, like, all the accounts where somebody was trying to add somebody else and suddenly be your friend, and it's like a new account they made, that was to breach you. Is if all they had to do was get you to add them. If you accidentally added them even one time, then it breached. It breached it. All they were trying to do was get all your friends and just see their information. So now they're your friend, and the whole point is anybody that is friends with you now can see your info, because the whole point is you have your account private. So the whole point is that now they're friends with one of your friends, so now they can see you, and now they can get access to the information. So that's how it works, and they're going to start stealing all that stuff, and it's all just because you're friends with people that don't make their information. Like, you clearly have so many friends that are a bunch of retards that they don't make their informations private. You know, people can just look them up and find all this shit, and you get breached and you have all these problems because, again, these retards put your information out there because, again, they're your friends and they're sharing all this shit online and stuff like that. You know, you got idiots at car dealerships tagging people in a Facebook picture when they buy a car, unbeknownst to them half the time. Unbeknownst to them. They'll tag them at the location, tag the new car. Great, now that scammer knows exactly what car they have, where they got it. Holy fucking shit, that's even more. So again, this is massive. That's a big one. So then we start going down the list, you know, then it's Ivanka, who knows how many magazines and different things that she's done. You know, her name's gone into, who knows. All it takes is literally the endless photos and endless magazines and stuff like that, where there's like obscure information and whatnot. And again, all these data bursts I was able to find on Google. Donald Trump Jr., same thing. Eric Trump, same thing. Where, you know, again, it just takes finding out, following them on social media, following them around, where they're going. They're probably tagging locations and stuff, checking in there, using real credentials. These folks are you know, they're billionaires that scam in broad daylight. They get away with it. So it's real credentials. So again, his wife having her information, again, like, all this is very, and then the right-handed thing. So, like, again, that would be very telling, where if now they were talking about forgery or something like that, or looking into, like, various things with that, you know, that would give them some of that information. And again, social security number, driver's license information, we all know that stuff is easily accessible oftentimes through the dark web. I mean, flat out, they just literally have this stuff stored on there. It should be shut down. It's not. And again, Microsoft is sitting here requesting people's driver's license information just because LinkedIn got breached. And now you can't reset your password and log in without showing Microsoft your driver's license. Yeah, because I trust them after breaching that. Yep. So you have to understand that's what the breach is. They store that, and it now gives it to the scammer. The scammer's already there. They work there. They work at Google. They're just like somebody that this company has overlooked. They keep overlooking. They probably think this is the nicest person, and meanwhile they're just masquerading. So you have to really understand that it's already there. The breach is already there. They've done the work already. All right, I gotta go. I gotta get off here. Thanks for watching. Thank you for your support. I know you guys have been trying. I know you have, and I really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody that's been, you know, I'm sure that some bigger channels have been trying to help out now too, seeing that I'm getting, you know, I'm talking about you know who, and I'm trying to you know, raise awareness to some of the better channels that are out there, and the better narratives that are that make more sense to listen to for what we should do in the future and stuff like that. I just I want you guys to see that there are options, and that they're just trying to limit what those are. You know, they're just trying to make sure you never see that. Thank you. Thanks, Troll Slayer. I appreciate that. Because it's very clear. It's very clear to me that there's more people in here than what they're counting all the time. And again, the closer we get to this, they just break your VPN. So now they can do it anytime they want. They can sit here and lie about views anytime they want. Just again, they're just breaking it. You can't even load YouTube without a VPN. It's terrible. So again, what they shouldn't be doing is they shouldn't be attacking me. They should be attacking the scammer that's doing that. That's the point. They're making it my problem and all of our problems that people want to use ad blockers, VPNs, and stuff like that. It's not my problem, and you shouldn't make it my problem. And even if I wanted to use those things to protect myself too from the malicious things that this platform uses, like, again, data cookies and stuff like that we know are causing these problems, I have a right to do that when it's clearly what's happening. So thanks again. Thanks for those last messages too. Appreciate that. See you guys.